A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, a splendid looking Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it really paints a beautiful picture here. Perfect weather and ideal conditions here for a not-so classic. I'm Ruskin Mark as we start our coverage here on 360 TV, and of course, working along here with Liam Mamchan, and Liam was out in the middle as the players took the toss.
Yeah, so at the toss, Carrie Pay.
Captains, they don't mind losing the toss because then the opponents have to make the decision for them. But Carrie Pay has decided that he will take the responsibility to put a score on the board, and he has decided that North will bat first.
It was Justin Manek into Vikash Mohan for the first ball, and the first runs right away as Joseph gives chase down to mid-wicket there, but they pick up two, and Mohan off and running.
Isaiah Raja is his partner out in the middle, and a good combination, two very talented players. And I'm sure they must be thinking, because this kind of represents, I shouldn't say it's the final opportunity for them, but it's a big opportunity for them to address the national selectors.
Justin Manek a bit wider this time. Yeah, it's interesting to see Raja at the top of the order. We saw him do it a bit more often for Queen's Park in this past year. In club cricket, the local club cricket in Trinidad, but when the red ball format comes around, or in this case pink ball, he usually tends to bat number 3, 4, or 5. So it's interesting to see him being looked at as an opener, and obviously this spot's up for grab in that first round. So a lot of these players involved in this game would feel like they have an opportunity to play that first game. You look at some of the absentees, there's not going to be any Anderson Phillip or Jaden Seals, so that's a spot already for two fast bowlers to come into the team. The Joshua Silva and Amrit Django as well, all with the test team, so it opens up a spot for a batsman and a wicketkeeper. So a guy like that to play in the ILT 20 over in Dubai, so maybe there's a possibility for 3 fast bowlers depending on what Trinidad and Tobago want to do going into that first game.
Yeah, it's an interesting time here. Suffolk Cooper at second slip, Jit Gully the captain at first slip.
That's a good delivery.
That's a loud appeal. They're thinking about it, and they're really confident that there might have been 2 songs, but it's not a bad delivery to get first ball. Pitching outside leg. He started, he was standing just on the leg stump, just outside the leg stump. And that's the thing with the rules in cricket. It's, once it pitches outside leg, everything else is mute. Doesn't matter where you get hit.
Oh, well played there from Raja. Onto that one quickly, and it races into the boundary for 4. First boundary of the North-South Classic belongs to Isaiah Raja.
He played it well. He was into position early and picked up the line, in an instant, and without too much delay, he had it racing through mid-wicket forward of square, and that is how much time he had to play that one, and picked up a boundary. So he's off the mark. He's on 4. His partner Mohan is on 3, and after the first over, it's 7 without loss.
So it seems like it's going to be Adrian Racha, young under 19 fast bowler, getting his opportunity, and this is a really good thing to see. You look at Racha, I think he's just turned 18 towards the end of last year, and he gets an opportunity to bowl with the new ball in a North-South Classic in a time where Trinidad and Tobago are looking for that new fast bowler. It's
Yeah,
a
it is.
golden opportunity.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity for the youngsters. I think back and I remember when I first played in North South Classic. I think I played in North South for like 2 years before I actually played for Trinidad. And I played Trinidad. I wasn't even 19 as yet. So it is a good opportunity. And back in that time, there were a lot of players, on all of us around the same age. Ganesh Mahabir, you know, um, Colin Murray and somebody Raja, and they were probably just ahead of us. But that nucleus of players, like the senior players, then you had the not so senior ones, the ones who were just a year or two ahead of us, and then you had this cluster of young, talented players trying to force their way into the national team. And when the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board opened up this zonal competition, originally it was just North and South, and then it became North, South, East, Central, and Tobago. So you got more opportunities. People got to play a lot more. Now we had it at youth level, and then we had it at senior level as well. So it really became. I'm not quite sure what the delay is, but
Seems to be.
is it a side screen that they're having an issue with?
Yeah, it seems to be the side screen. I see third umpire Simon Arun just pointing to the side screen downstairs, and it looks like they're gonna move it around. So just a bit of a delay for that. But,
Yeah, we were told maybe 1, 2, 3 trials before you got to the North South Classic, but this was the one that everybody wanted to play in, because this kind of was this represented that final opportunity for you to address the selectors, and you always felt if you did well in this game, your chances were pretty good of maybe forcing your way into the national team. Ironically, when I was playing, remember we already had the established players, Prince Bartholomew, Bernard Julian. They were like the senior fast bowlers, and but then you also had coming into the fray as well somebody like a Kelvin Williams, who coaches in the national setup now. You had like Eric Odin, and there were other fast bowlers around. Think of Alec Burns from Police, Batiste from Police. So there were players who were like still ahead of us, but we could always kind of nudge them. And so you were in the mix there. So you wanted to myself, Michael Watson, Roland Sampat, who bowled left arm and then came back and spin a bit. So we were all kind of in that mix there. But we all knew that you had the top two. You had Bernard and Prince.
Yeah.
It was difficult to remove them because Bernard was on the West Indies team and Prince was like the most senior bowler in the ranks. And when Bernard wasn't away, most of the work fell on him to guide, whether it's an Ordine or somebody else. But we had the battery of spinners. And that was the irony, is that, as we're talking here, players getting opportunities. It was always going to be difficult for the likes of Ganesh Mahabir, Jaichan Kanhai, Arnold Oliver, Ines Gabriel, Shamsuddin, Jumadin, and some of the others, because we had these established players in the spinners in the team. Talk about Rafiq Jumadin, Inshan Ali, Ranjin Anand, but then you also had the leg spinner Imtiaz Ali, the senior, not the son. Bowlers. If Bernard was away, well, then a spot might have opened up. But then here was the irony of that. You also had somebody like a Larry Gomes who could bowl a little medium pace, and I have seen times when they bowl Larry Gomes, and so Prince and Larry would open the bowling, and then it was the spinners, right through.
But I think we saw that something similar happen not last year, but the year before, when Shannon Gabriel was injured and Jalen Seals was on West Indies duty, and a couple other fast bowlers were injured. We saw Terrence Hines open the
Get a
bowling
chance,
with
yeah.
Jaden Seals, and then just spin after that. And I'm obviously not in the selector's mind, but you look at the wicket out there, and if it's anything similar to this, because the first game of the regional 4-day, Trinidad and Tobago are in action right here in the night encounter. So you look at that wicket there, and you think, well, they may opt to go with just 2 fast bowlers and
A battery
get
of
a
spinners.
lot of spinners, yeah.
And what about well, here's the other thing now. It's interesting that we having this discussion because I was just reading about the Australia named their squad to go down. It's the Sri Lanka they go in.
Yep.
And they have a lot of what we call bits and pieces bowlers. You know, they have batsmen who can bowl. So they're really playing all-rounders, spinning all-rounders. And it's something that, well, you take, for example, India. Because I've looked at India for that just concluded test series. They had players who, like Washington, who could bowl, but I think they played him more as a batsman who could bowl a little bit. But he's batting at, 7 and 8?
Number 8,
you know, or something like that. You know, and you look at Jadeja. Now, Jadeja's bowling has probably fallen away a little bit. His batting is still pretty good for a number 7 or 8, wherever you want to play him down there. But, you know, I suppose it's the philosophy of the team and what they feel their needs are. And I suppose the same thing is going to happen here with Trinidad and Tobago, how they view their options in terms of the opponents they face and where they feel, you know, their biggest strength might be and how they can get 20 wickets in a match.
Yeah, definitely. And so we're back now. Racha with the ball in hand and starts off with a beauty. That one just slipping back in.
And that contact might have been just outside the off stump, but that's a good delivery to come back with. I think he might consider himself a bit unlucky here because he certainly beat the inside edge of the bat and struck him on the move slightly, but it might have just hit him outside the off stump. But that is very, very close, and Racha must consider himself a little bit unlucky not to be getting that decision. Because it was just below the knee roll, so it wasn't a question of height. It was whether or not it was going to go on to hit the wicket, and the impact might have been just outside the off stump. But what a delivery to get after a bit of a delay.
You always see that when there's a drinks break or there's a break, changing ball or in this case the side screen. That early focus that Mohan probably hasn't even developed yet because we're just 8 deliveries into the game, but just that lapse in concentration and Racha almost getting his man there. And well, it seems like they're going to have another delay after that delivery.
Yeah, I don't think the batsman would like that too much.
So there's another break here. And it seems to be about the side screen once more. So Vikash Mohan clearly uncomfortable with what he's seeing out there.
And he's well within his right to ask that it be corrected because as a batsman you want to be as comfortable as possible.
In a game like this especially, you don't want to just allow it to happen. You get out and then you don't score as big as you want.
Second chance, yeah.
Exactly. And I think this is probably going to be the best you're going to get this wicket. It's not going to be easy within the next couple days. It is really dry and there's not been, and it looks like the ground staff is going to go across to the other side as well and move those side screens around.
So again, we do have a little bit of a delay here, and it's understandable. Apparently, because it's a pink ball, the batsman probably not picking it up 100% with the white side screen or the white background. And so I think they've opted to go with the black background. And now we're seeing the ground staff going to the southern end, where they will also switch around those screens and present a black face. In fact, they could remove those screens because the background in the back is a black background, which has been used in the past. So they could probably just remove all those screens and allow the black background to be pronounced. Right now, the white background that is being presented here, I'm not sure if they switch those around, if they're going to be black as well. We'll see, because they're turning them now. And so, yeah, it's a black background. So it makes sense to them.
So it's just going to have a bit more of a delay. It's going to take some time because...
Yeah, for them they have to manually turn those around. But they're on wheels, so I don't know if it was going to take them that long. If anything, they probably need to get more people over there to help them just manipulate the floats.
I think the other thing is you spoke about the back, just removing the screens altogether because of the back. But from what I've heard in recent times is that apparently that's a bit too far.
It's too far,
so
yeah,
they
so don't pick up the ball as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why these mobile screens have been brought in.
And they brought forward the closer to the field itself.
Yeah, so that's been another issue here. I think just around the World Cup, or just before the World Cup maybe, they started to use these mobile screens a bit more.
Right. But that shouldn't take that long, in the sense that they know exactly. I mean, these ground staff, these guys are experienced, so they know how to manage. And if you look already, we pretty much have all of them covered. They're gonna have to turn around the one to the back because it's just at the edge of the batsman's line of sight there. So they may have to. You might as well just turn all around. Don't leave any, at this point in time. So just turn them all around, and you live with that.
Well, it looks like they're done on the northern end, and they're all ready to go.
End,
they get the southern end going during the
over. Yep. So that's the good news. So whatever the delay was, and we know it's because of the side screen, not just the size of the side screen, but the color that the side screen presented. And here's another good delivery again, just searing in towards that leg stump, and not able to make proper contact with it, although he did get a little bit of bat onto it. Or did he? Yeah, I didn't see the umpire signal a leg by, so I want to believe it should be an additional run. So that should take the score up to 8 now.
Which direction the ball is going to swing?
Yeah, we saw that a lot.
Which direction the ball is going to swing?
Yeah, we saw that a lot in that just concluded series there with Australia and India. When you consider that of course, Bumrah was the main destroyer, but you also had Boland, who did very well with his movement. Short ball, punished, and punished beautifully for 4 runs.
Yeah, Raja looks in good touch. He's been quick to pounce on those short deliveries as we have a look at it again. Just looking to hammer it into the pitch a bit, and Raja, in fact, was all over it. He's looking good so far.
Yeah, he's playing that horizontal shot very well, and here's the difference between Isaiah Raja and his father, Anil Raja. And Anil used to play the ball similar to how Alvin Kaluchan played the ball very late. And but Raja wasn't as compulsive a puller hooker as we see his son is.
Yeah, one thing about Isaiah, he's worked extremely hard on his game over the past 2 or 3 years. He's always been a hard worker, but I think he would have been a mainstay in that Trinidad and Tobago team a few years ago. Scored a couple half centuries right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and then missed out last year and the year before that. So he's now found that determination to try to get back into this setup. He was part of the Super 50 team. I think he just played maybe 1 or 2 games towards the end, but he'd want to grasp this opportunity. Another space that has opened up for that first game is a spot for a wicket keeper.
He is again trying to hike it around, and we were just talking about Williams there, trying to come across and not able to cut it out. So they get a leg by in the process. But this is the challenge for a lot of these young fast bowlers. They probably know what the story is in terms of, if they do well, they might very well move from, being a club cricketer to an international cricketer. And so they have to, in their minds, they could be pressing a little bit. They're humans. But they just need to relax and do what they're accustomed doing. That's well played again, but didn't really time it all that well. Vikash Mohan.
When you look at someone like a Justin Manik, who I believe it wasn't this last season or the season before, 2023, he would have, it might have been 2022 actually, where he made his first class debut because of, once again, an injury problem in fast bowlers in the country. He was thrown into the fire, was given the opportunity against Guyana, didn't pick up a wicket, but batted on number 11 and scored 30 odd runs. So he had a good showing, and he's never gotten the opportunity since. And this one is cut away for 4 from Vikash Mohan.
Yeah, a little bit too much width there. And again, Mohan got on top of it and punished Manik. Despairing dive at point, but to no avail. That's a good shot. We've seen a couple of really nice shots. We've seen 2 pulls from Raja, and now we're looking at Mohan getting opportunity to free his arm.
Around that middle and off stump line, and any sort of movement from that spot will help him. When you give Vikash Mohan width and you get that ball short into Raja, you've seen that he's so comfortable to just get over it and pull it away for 4.
Yeah, both youngsters look very compact right now. They look full of confidence. They've been playing trials, so they've been in the middle for a while. Not tempted on that occasion, as Manik was trying to entice him to come outside the off stump once more. They ended the over 18 without loss now after 3.
We looked at this game last year, and we spoke about these guys have got to get big scores. They've got to get hundreds, and we've seen Amir Jangu talk about it recently after he scored that 100 on debut against Bangladesh. He spoke about he was always in and around the runs, but he was not scoring hundreds. And the moment he started to get those hundreds and score big hundreds, it was when he started getting the attention from the West Indies selectors. And it works the same way locally. I think last year Django scored 100 in this North-South game, as well as Vikash Mohan, and both of them got their opportunity at the 4-day level. And we don't have to talk about what Django did at 4-day level, at that regional 4-day. He averaged 100 after 5 games, including a double 100. So
yeah, and it's good when players get selected while they have form. Because sometimes you do well, you don't get the call, and then 6 months later, out of probably a need, injuries, whatever it is, you get a call, but you're not in that same rich vein of form, either with bat or ball, that you were in when you were making all those runs. And so sometimes it's a little bit tricky.
I mean, we saw it with Justin Greaves just recently in the Super 50. He scored those hundreds back to back. I think was his 300s back to back. And he got his call into the test team and got 100 as well. So he showed that when you have good form, you've got to take advantage of it. And it's good to see that the younger players are starting to put that in motion now.
Yeah, and it's so important that they play the longer format of the game and get accustomed to doing the things, because this is what is going to be asked of them at the higher level.
Up in the air, and that should be a wicket, and Raja has gotten his first wicket in the North-South Classic. Isaiah Raja has to go. It was caught by Jason, or was it Kamil Puran?
Yep.
And that is the fall of the first wicket. Raja goes for 9.
Yeah, really a soft dismissal, and it really, the ball just kind of stopped on him. He turned the bat way too early, hit the leading edge, and just spooned it into that extra cover position. And Puran gleefully accepted it.
It doesn't get much better than that for Yedion Raja. And Isaiah Raja, unfortunately, was looking really good. Has to go for just 9 runs, and the new batsman coming to the middle. That's the man from Tobago, Dejon Charles, another one of those players who we see has been knocking on the door for quite some time.
Yeah, so Charles gets an opportunity here. I'm sure all of Tobago, I saw where they were celebrating him and James. So it's a great opportunity for him to really put his hands up. Tobago has had some good athletes over the years. They haven't all gone on to do, great things. Of course, the biggest of the lot has to be Dwight York. But they've had, outstanding athletes over the years, including cricketers. We speak of York, we could also think of his brother Clint York. And, you've had Williams, Ken Williams, who unfortunately got hit in the eye, and that derailed his career. But he was one of Trinidad and Tobago's key batsmen in that era. And that was an era more or less ended his career, so to speak. What a good delivery, right up in the block hole again. And Racha spearing that one in from Charles, doing well, just to keep it out of his stumps.
Excellent stuff there from Racha. He's got his tail up, and you would have seen this so many times over the course of your career. When a fast bowler gets a wicket, his tail is up and he's firing. It gets a bit quicker. Ball starts to swing a bit more.
You get 1, you want 2.
Yeah, definitely.
You get 2, you want 3.
Here's Racha again. And that's the one that went away. That's the one that you were speaking about. For him just angling across the left hander. Just needs to get it a bit closer to get Dejon Charles pushing at it.
Yeah, it's just his line. He just needs to line it up properly, put it where the batsman feels that he has to play, and by the time the ball gets to him, it's down a completely different line. So he has to make an adjustment with that. So it's not the easiest of deliveries to play when it's angled across you with 3 slips or 2 slips on a gully waiting there. It's not the easiest scenario, especially when you're a new batsman at the wicket. A successful over there for Racha, and he has 1 for 6. It's 18 for 1 now after 4.
Yeah, wicket maiden for Yedion Racha. And just the start that he would have wanted coming into his first real bite at the cherry to try to get into the senior team for the first game. Justin Manick, 2 overs for 11 so far. Just needs to get his rhythm. You look at him bowling, you don't feel like he's in his best rhythm just yet.
Yeah, he's not as fluent as we've seen him previously. And that's the thing with bowling, and especially fast bowling, it's about rhythm. Some days you wake up and you just want to bowl fast, but the rhythm, you can't get the rhythm at all. It's not happening. And then other days, you know, everything seems to be working. You're not even trying, and you're bowling fast. And it's a strange phenomenon, but it has to do with the rhythm that you're able to generate at any time. And I suppose the great ones are the ones who are able to get to that point, get to that level consistently, day in, day out. They get rhythm. Or even if they're not in full rhythm, they're still able to effect.
Yeah, they find a way to make it work for them. Maybe they're not taking wickets that day, but they find a way to contain or just be tidy. Because Mohan is so comfortable so far, other than that one delivery from Racha. But when he's faced up to Manik, he's just looked comfortable. So you look at him just on the back foot and punching nicely.
Yeah, you look at his head is well over the ball. And that's what I was saying. Somebody like an Alvin Kalicharan who played the ball so late. And in order to play it late, you have to see it. It's almost like you're watching it onto the bat. Because then your head is right over the ball at all times.
Good delivery from Manik, much better.
He was attacking the stumps on that occasion, just keeping the batsman honest. He has 2 slips on a gully and then a short point, or backward point. So
he still doesn't look, you look at his run up, he doesn't look like he's steaming in as he usually does.
Yeah, he's not free. Something is, he needs to release the handbrake. Something just not, he's just not flowing right now. He's going to get picked off here for a single once again. And again, the thing, Liam, is that is not that easy to fix it. If like I say, some days you wake up and you just have it, and then other days it's like, man, this is so hard to just. There's no switch that you could just flick, and it all comes. A wicket or two would help, and then all of a sudden you say what, and you just keep going. But when you don't have wickets and you're in the sun like this,
his consistency, I think, in those first 2 years, a bit both sides of the wicket, not really troubling anyone, but he's looked a bit better in this over in terms of his discipline.
Yeah, he's gone around the wicket to the left-hander, so he's trying to maybe fool him into thinking the ball is going to come into him, and if he can just get it to hold its line or straighten. Edgston dropped. Well. He threw the bat at it, and Daniel Williams went sprawling in front of first slip. Gully was there. It would have travelled to Gully, but the wicketkeeper went, as I think he should have, unfortunately for him. Instead of catching it, he pushed it. And that ball was so far. And that ball was actually to Gully's left. That when he actually got hold of it, it was to the left of first slip. He went a long way over, and he grasped it. A big life there. One would have to say for the new batsman Charles. He's yet to get off the mark, and he got a life as well. As Vinod has joined us here now. One Mamcham replaces another. Say good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but it's a day-night game, so it's good afternoon to you, Vinod.
Just started. Good afternoon to you, Ruskin, and all of yours. Yeah, I was just sitting there and listening to the discussion between you and Liam, and you had mentioned that although it's not coming out the way that Manik would like, a wicket or two could make all the difference. And there it was, loud appeal, probably doing a bit too much as it cut back into the right-hander. And
we've seen Racha do this quite a bit in this innings. Look at how much movement he's getting there. That ball just kept going.
Equal to the task on that occasion there was Mohan. Yeah, so that was the opportunity there for Manik to probably just break the shackles, dust the cobwebs off. So it's a big game for him this year.
Yeah, it's and I don't, you feel for the wicketkeeper because he's getting an opportunity here that many others would want. Full toss that he can't put away. That many others would relish the opportunity to play in a north-south game and do well. And but I felt he had a chance to go for it because he saw it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he didn't really catch the ball. He kind of pushed the ball. And and you encourage wicketkeepers, if they can get there, then go for it because they have the gloves on. And unfortunately for the young man, he grasped it. Racha again bowling very well. And you could see the two minds there on the part of Mohan because he really wasn't as compact. You could see a little gap between bat and pad there.
And that happens when you're not too sure which way the ball is going. And this young man has shown that he can move the ball both ways. Prodigious inward movement, but he also has the one that can hold its line and move slightly away.
He is again giving the ball enough air so that it could swing a little bit. And so he's just trying to entice the batsman to maybe go for the drive and leave that gap between bat and pad. I think that's where he wants to go.
Well, 3 slips and a gully, waiting to take up any edge. Two slips, sorry, and a gully, waiting to take the edge of Mohan's bat. Dejan Charles, though, Ruskin, he plays aggressively, but he has to be a little more selective. There's obvious talent there, but he is one of the players who I've always thought that from the moment he goes out there, he wants to beat the leather off the ball.
But that's the T20 instinct that a lot of these players have. They grow up on T20 cricket. They're learning before the game. It's kind of reversed in a lot of ways. Whereas in our time, we learnt the longer version and then we played the limited overs. It's the end of the over. It's 19 for 1 at the end of over number 6.
Yep, another good over there from young Racha, the man from Rio Claro. It's 19 for 1 at the moment. We've had just 6 overs today, Ruskin.
Yeah, we've had a delay because of the side screen on both ends. But I think in the main, before the game, I was thinking in my mind, saying, if they're going to play the pink ball, I would have preferred the darker screen.
Well, you did bring up that with me earlier. You asked me my preference. I said white.
And I was saying, the darker ball. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the white ball against the black background, you could see it a lot better. And I figured the pink ball might also benefit the batsman with a darker side screen.
Yeah, because the pink ball obviously more on the lighter side.
Yep.
So they had to make that change quickly. Luckily, there is provision for a quick change over here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Because
so it was done quickly.
On wheels, so you can just spin them around.
So no one at the cricket just yet.
Yes, yeah, Charles again. He loves he likes to get onto the front foot. That's 4 runs. I don't think he's going to cut it off. He was close, but he had gotten enough on it, and was able to find that deep extra cover boundary.
That was all timing there from Charles. As you can see, just leaning forward. No, not a full-blooded drive. Just pushing it into the gap. Probably just thinking that I don't want to go too hard after what happened in the last over. But he's an obvious talent.
And the thing that these players have to always understand is that bowlers are trying to work you out, and the coaches must have been giving them certain instructions. Short ball, pulled away nicely again.
He's not going to say no to that. That's Dejan Charles for you. Too short on this occasion there by Manik. This track does not allow for that sort of bowling, and he just had to pick his spot, men, and he has told them that, listen, men, and I want the over tournament. I would like it to be a red ball series. The over tournament, I would like it to be a red ball series. And for the same reason, he says, is that he wants the youngsters to understand that 50 overs is a lot to bat. So that will be played as a red ball series.
Ball tournament, yeah. Yeah, because that is the big issue with the modern day batsmen. A lot of them do not make the adjustments or have difficulty making that adjustments. But we've seen more and more players becoming all format players, including successful test batsmen. So it is possible. We saw that with Warner, David Warner.
It's very hot out there, and starting at 2 p.m. can't be easy, Ruskin. They'll play until 4, and then they would have, you can't say dinner.
Well,
that can't be dinner, Ruskin.
It can't be brunch either. So it might be dinner. Actually, in certain parts of the world, you eat dinner at 4 or 5 o'clock. That's their dinner.
Wow, I know a number of men would love to live in those countries.
But then the problem with them is at 9 o'clock in the night,
they're hungry again. So they'll break at 4 for 40 minutes. They then resume. They will resume play at 20 to 5. They play for a further 2 hours, and so that's 20 to 8. They will then, in fact, 20 to 7. They will then have tea.
They'll have tea. Yep.
Back at 8, and they should wrap up around 10. So we're in for a long afternoon. It's Racha.
Well played again by Mohan, who looks a picture when he's on defense. Other than that one delivery played in the previous over from Racha, where he played away from his pads. Other than that, he's been pretty solid.
Racha has been good. I'm impressed with this young man.
Doesn't have a particularly long run-up.
Came through the ranks at the Presentation College in San Fernando. He was one of the standout performers when they won all the titles. Was not last year, but 2023. They won the Secondary Schools Cricket League tournament. They won the T20 tournament as well, and also the KFC Cup. Press took everything. Racha was out front and center.
Well, that's gorgeous. Beautifully played. He was going to get another boundary there as well. That's very well played. Again, not trying to overhit it, but placing it well and getting full value.
A solid player, Mohan. And you can see him, as Ruskin said, just leaning into that more than anything else. And the outfield here is in very good condition. Just ran across the ropes pretty quickly.
29 for 1 now. So they're building here. Remember, North won the toss and opted to bat first. Carey Pierre calling correctly and making the decision to take first knock. And Racha again getting that ball just to deviate off the wicket a little bit in towards the right-hander. I don't want to say flinch, but you so that's why most times guys get hit on the pad or the tie pad and they can't really make contact with the ball because they have to move the bat now, or at least move their hands to adjust to the movement. Badly lined, and again Williams not able to take it cleanly, but he went diving away to his left.
Short man Williams might have been better served skipping across and then putting in the dive if necessary. Of course, he's the nephew of the former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman David Williams, the son of Roger Williams. You might have played against Roger Williams.
I play against David. I'm not sure if I play against Roger. And but let me just tell you, after 8 overs, it's 32 for 1 now. There was another Williams. Is it Frank Williams? Frank was the San Fernando Technical, I think, is where he was brilliant wicketkeeper.
Wow.
He went with the West Indies youth team that Colin Murray captain. He was the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper at the time, and an amazing talent. Don't ask me what happened to him after that, but you just saw the quality in him. And but for whatever reason, maybe when next we see David, we must ask David if they're related, one, and if he, because I'm sure David would have known of Frank Williams and how good he was. Even Colin, if ever we speak with Colin can probably attest to that even more. David
Was Colin a batsman?
Colin was a batsman who bowled a little bit, or a bowler who could bat in that regard.
It's an all-rounder then.
Yeah. Bowler a little medium pace and batted left-handed. Slow as molasses. But would bat.
Say good afternoon to Colin Everton Murray.
We hope he's feeling well and recovering nicely. Our thoughts always with you. And Jit Gully has decided that he is going to pick up the attack.
First one, he tosses nicely and is punished through the offside. I think.
I got the feeling the fielders thought that there was somebody out there sweeping.
Yep.
Because the initial movement, they just sort of looked at it. They didn't really start chasing after it. And by that time, the ball was gathering speed going across the ropes.
Keep going, Jerry. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
So a real gift there, just the startup. He just kind of tossed it up outside the off stump. And Mohan said, thank you very much. So now they're trying to plug that gap. There's a fourth player now on the offside. Three in front of the bat, one just back with a point.
They've added them Becky Joseph. This one comes back sharply. They've added Joseph there on the offside. Your thoughts on the track, Ruskin?
Oh, it's a peach. This is a batsman should love this. Bowlers not so much.
Let's stop. Let's bring some nuts here, boys.
It seems to be a slow track. I'm looking at Mohan facing up to. Look at that. You could easily play him off the back foot there, goalie. Has time. Because it's slow turn. No prodigious turn just yet.
Yeah, that's what you look for. See how much spin he's able to impart.
I'm getting the impression that North made a good decision to bat first here. Because I think they will enjoy the better of the batting conditions. Because there's really not much in there for the faster bowlers. And I'm thinking that this track would keep low and probably crack up as the match progresses.
Yeah, by each successive day. It's 36 for 1 now after 9. So just one boundary in that over. Beautifully played by Mohan and keeping the South opportunities to size up the bowlers. I thought for a moment Gully had bowled that over to try to switch the bowlers around, but because Racha is doing such a good job at this end, he's persisting with him.
So it's just about 9 minutes to go to reach the top of the hour. I dare say the over it has been very tardy indeed. Just into the 10th over.
Yeah. Well, remember we had that long delay for the side screen.
Yes, I did forget that.
Yeah. And that through no fault of theirs.
Oh, that's a good
beauty. But again, pitching outside leg, touching down outside the leg stump and going across the left-hander.
Well, young Racha is wearing his emotions on his sleeves. Definitely pitching outside leg.
Yeah, as a bowler, when you hit the batsman, you hit the pads, you're excited. but you, I suppose reality kicks in immediately after that when you don't get a positive response from the umpire.
Decision though by umpire Avinash Narain. That's much better there from Racha.
And from the batsman as well, Charles, because he, like you said, he does have the inclination to want to put bat to ball as much as he possibly can. But this format will teach you to respect good deliveries. And again, Racha doing his thing. His one area of concern is his lack of size. If you look at him, he's not the biggest of person. He doesn't have big, broad shoulders. He's slim built. He's like, as they say, pencil thin. And but you could see the ability oozing out of him.
Oh, that's a good delivery again. Charles is equal to the task, squaring him up a bit, but he was in control of the shot.
He reminds me a lot of a player that I admired a lot back in the day, Richard Suchan.
Mm.
And Suchan, similar, didn't have a particularly long run-up. If anything, Suchan must have been a little bit quicker than Racha is, but he certainly moved the ball quite a bit. Racha solid again, and but this time met with a broad bat from Charles to end the over. 36-1 now, 10 completed. Yeah, but these games are so important. Remember, this game was a first-class game at one time.
Yep. Was it back
Bowman-
then
the
when they
Bowman
called the
Cup.
Bowman Cup?
Then you had the Texaco, the North-South Texaco Trophy. Then it became the Jerry Gomez North-South Classic.
Yep.
And I think there was one of those games played at Gilbert Park.
Mm.
I played in that North-South game at Gilbert Park. And well, we had a strong team. Well, both teams were strong because South would always counter with their three spinners, the three West Indian spinners. Jumas, Ranji, Ancient. And North would have Larry Gomes, Sheldon Gomes, Richard Gabriel, Ron Faria as well. And then, like, we'd kind of fill in with Prince Bartholomew would play, we'd fill in with Bernard would play sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd fill in with some of the young players, which would have been like Ganesh Mahabir, myself, Raja, to another.
It was to pick his spot there, Mohan. His eyes would have lit up when he saw the length of that delivery.
Yes, boy.
Yeah, way too
Going,
short,
boys.
and not really troubling the batsman on that occasion. Now he has to make a decision. He plugged the gap on the offside, but if you're going to leave that much acreage open on the onside, all the batsman has to do is just make some kind of positive contact, and he's going to get runs through there.
Hey, yes, boy. I look good.
So
Good.
he's put a man at deep mid wicket now, and he's taken out the third man in front of the bat in the offside. So it means he now has to attack the stumps almost always.
Hey.
Again, a bit on the short side there, Mohan. Probably played the ball and then looked up quickly to see if he could have done more with it. So Goody now coming over the wicket. So he's giving the batsman a lot to think about.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Takes the edge. It's running away.
Should run a little quicker. He might get a second run. He will get a second run.
Very good delivery. That one is holding its own.
Yeah, and he went over the wicket. And that's a good delivery because it straightened on him. Hit the outside edge. Unfortunately, Cephas Cooper never got a chance to go at it. It went far enough away from him.
Good, Jada. Oh, yes, Jerry. Sweet stuff, boy. Sweet stuff.
Much better from Gooley. When he's short, he's punished, but when he's pitched up the ball, he's kept the batsman quiet. That ends the over 11 completed. Now it's 42 for 1. So 42 for 1. The umpires having a discussion. I suppose they're going to get the players a bit of a break in a short while, some refreshments. And they would have been deserving of it, especially this young man.
Well, they've switched ends actually. Manik is now
This
coming.
is what I was saying.
Yeah.
I thought when he bowled it over,
Yeah.
that's what he was going to do.
But you're quite right. Ratcha was in the zone, so he just wanted to give him that extra over.
So now we'll see if Manik can find some rhythm. Coming up the hill sometimes could be a problem. Maybe he's got the breeze with him, and that might drive him forward a meter or so quicker.
He's going to go round the wicket.
Bowling to the left-handed Charles. Remember, he got Charles to edge one that was put down. He was yet to score. He's up to 8 now. Nice little curl there. You could just see the ball seaming away outside the off stump. So good signs for Manik.
Yep, he'll just probably want to come a little closer to the batsman, get him interested. Still, Kohli has maintained those 2 slip catchers.
Do you know, that I played in a North-South game where I opened the bowling and the batting?
I remember you were giving me that story, and
It was
did it
so
have
funny.
anything to do with a green top?
Well, this is what he's going to get a leg by, maybe. I don't think he got too much bat onto that one. We'll see what the umpire suggests. Yes, it's going to be a leg by. It really was a situation. Well, I was picked as a bowler, so primarily we bowled. And, but we were batting first, actually. So it was time to bat. Of course, South won the toss, and this was at Guacara Park. And they decided, hey, why don't you guys take the first knock? But that was where the debate started, who would actually open the batting at that point in time, you know. And it just seemed no one wanted to open the batting.
So you volunteered?
So I volunteered. And bear in mind, I had done that already for Paragon.
Mm-hmm.
You face that in practice every day.
Yeah.
But then you also had Leo John and Pascal Roberts to contend with a spinner. So you had an off spinner and a left-arm orthodox to contend with. And I remember Passy also bowled medium pace as well. So
who was South's opening bowlers on that occasion? Struck on the pad outside the off stump. Yeah. Who was South's opening bowlers on that green top?
Giles Antoine.
He had some pace.
Not Eugene, but Giles.
Yeah, Giles had some pace.
You know. And so you had Giles. I'm trying to remember who. Well, you had Roland Sampat. Might have been one of their seam bowlers. You know who used to open the bowling sometimes too? Or was Balkaram Segram, but he was really a batsman.
Yeah, from Wanderers,
and
yes.
Segi could bowl a little bit, so sometimes they would use Segram. And that one is close as well, but again, just doing enough to put the ball, the umpire probably not happy.
Well, I'm looking at Mohan. He stayed in the pose, and I'm thinking if he was struck just outside the line, marginally outside the line. Well, I think we've come to what? Probably an hour's play?
Yeah, the players look like they win, but the umpires are going to continue. 12 overs gone.
Yep. Well, Ruskin, I want to thank you for
43 for 1.
your commentary in the first hour. And we'll be joined by Liam Mamchan as we continue to bring you coverage of this North-South Classic 20 25. It's a match steeped in history. At one point in time, it was recognized as a first-class game and recorded by Wisden. But those days are long gone now. And back in the day when Ruskin was just speaking about North-South Classic taking place at Gilbert Park, Guacara Park, Queen's Park Oval, especially Guacara Park, it would have been packed. Yep, and it would have been packed. And it started as a Texaco, the Bowman Cup, then it transitioned into the Texaco Cup. As I say, a very good afternoon to Liam.
Good afternoon to you as well.
Action. Keep him on out front for Jerry.
Not much of a crowd in for this one. You look around and you see former TNT manager Omar Khan, and then the regulars. You always see the parents of Chit Cooley. They're always around to support him.
I did see Omar sitting with the dad of Jason Mohammed. And
He's another one that's always
he's always
around.
here. And he's always in the same chair.
Yeah, he has his name on it by now.
Yeah. I saw the parents of young Ratcha.
Keep going, Jera. Keep going, Jera.
Both his parents are also in the stands, and probably two other guys, and that's that. I don't think they've reached double figures.
Sween's mom is here as well, who's also
Hmm.
Dwayne Bravo's mom. And she's also been a big supporter of Dexter Sween throughout his career, his young career so far.
Sween would be one of the fast bowlers from the north, vying for a place on the national senior team when the regional tournament rolls around. Starts on January the 26th.
Look around at that team and you think with the omissions that are going to be there, there's a high chance that it's going to be a very inexperienced Trinidad and Tobago team, at least for the first round. And you're looking at the fast bowler conversation now, and you got to think that Joshua James has a good chance to be involved in that first game as well, considering he has played in the regional 40 before for the West Indies Academy.
And did well.
And he did well,
Last
bat
year.
and ball.
Did very well last year. I want to agree with you on that. It's the end of the over. I did notice, though, as the latest score rolls along to 4.
And Jid Gully would have said that if he won the toss, it would have been the exact same thing, because it is a dry wicket, and today is probably going to be the best day you get out of it. After that, it's going to become more and more difficult. You've already seen, as you mentioned, evidence of the ball keeping a bit low.
Well,
No real turn just yet.
hour into the day's play, and here comes good old Shadow, the man with a golden arm.
I think he's looking to break this partnership. And I think, looking back at the North-South last year, Vikash Mohan scored 100, a very good 100, batted all day and early into the other day. And
Yeah, well, that set up his ambitions for the regional 40, and he did do well. Good delivery to start with there from Jason Mohammed.
he kept a bit low again. Charles, a tall guy, going back on the back foot, and encouraging signs for Jason Mohammed. Any off spinner wants to get that left hand on his back foot early on.
Wrong to you.
To a ball that was relatively full.
He's over to you. 5.
How many times have we seen Jason Mohammed round his arm this early in a game?
Yeah. Well, normally he's used as the man to get the breakthrough after you have a stubborn partnership. This partnership is, I wouldn't describe this as stubborn just yet. Just 28 runs. I think he's actually using him because of his experience, and also the track is offering something in terms of the ball not coming onto the bat. It's pretty slow. It's starting to keep low. Imagine that after 1 hour.
Yeah, not good signs, and a lot of evidence leads to this game maybe not even lasting all 4 days. I believe this one might be the last over before the drinks break. We saw the bowlers, the substitutes run on, and now they said no after this over, and now Jason Mohammed is bowling another over, so
Well, what do you want to see? You want to see players fight. I like the approach taken now by Dejon Charles, who's normally a very aggressive player, putting some sort of value on his wicket. He's on 10. Mohan is on 23. It's a beautiful drive through the offside. Picture perfect, and that's into the boundary for 4.
Good effort there from Joseph at cover, but unable to stop that one. Let's have a look at it again. It was over pitch from JC Mohammed, and yeah, really well played there from Dejon Charles, and it is going to be drinks. So
Yep.
at the break,
Drinks actually taken him after 1 hour and 10 minutes. Umpires taking into consideration that probably that 10 minutes they would have taken to repair the side screen. So we take a short break as well. It brings up the 50, the last shot, 50 for 1. We'll be right back. So we're back here at the Brown Cricket Academy. The score is 50 for 1 at the moment North. And Mohan has been in the main pretty solid, 23. Charles is coming into his own on 14. We've had some good bowling from young Racha. I think he's taken 1 for 9 of his 5 overs, which is very, very good. Skipper Guli is going to continue from the southern end.
first slip in play as well as a short leg. 2 tons at short leg, and they had to wait on Vicky Joseph again. He's usually the last man on the field. He's in at short mid wicket. There's a backward point to cover. A mid off, long on, deep square leg, and now Kamil Puran is going to go into square leg. So maybe deep mid wicket.
Hey, go, man. Hey, make the session we on here, boys.
Here's Guli.
Hey, yes, Jerry.
Right on spot to start after the drinks break.
5 more like those, Jerry. 5 more like those.
Vikashman building a nice foundation here.
Oh! Sweet Jerry. That's it, Jerry. Hey, make some noise here, boy. Every session here, boys. All session long, boys. Oh, catch it!
Oh, good delivery from Gully there. Just out of reach of Tayton at short leg.
Keep going, boy. This is good so
Putting
far,
some
Jerry.
revs on that one. Guli's getting some extra turn at the moment, although it's slow turn.
Let's drink some here, boys. Some good overs. Let's drink some good overs here. Roger.
Oh, and that was the faster one from Gully. Well bowled.
That's showing great variety.
Keep going, Jerry.
Has been good, Gully. Bit unlucky. Had Mohan edging, but into safe quarters.
Hey, boy. Well, all right, yo, try this. Run it around.
Charles would be unhappy with that. That was a bad delivery by Gully. It was short and wide, and he was just able to pick out Ratchet backward point.
I think Jade Gully has been underused a bit with the ball. I think he's a lot better than people seem to think. I saw him bowl just recently in the Super 50, and he bowled so well against, I believe it was Guyana. He opened the bowling. It looks like Manik is going to continue now, and I mentioned to you during the break that I think they're going to give Jason Mohammed just that one over to bowl before the break, and then maybe go back to a fast bowler, and that's exactly what Gully has done. And I think he's going to be working closely with Jason Mohammed, who, as we know, has had a lot of experience. So here is Manik, and that one once again tealing back into the right-handed Mohan. I think both him and Ratcha have been able to get that ball getting back into those right-handers early on in this first session.
Oh, beauty. Drawing him into the shot. Just came forward, and at the last moment, the ball just nipped away. Probably too good for Charles there, but an excellent delivery.
Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, that's exactly the areas that you want to be. Unlucky not to get the edge there. 2 slips on a gully waiting. But it was an excellent delivery from Justin Manik. Needs to continue and be consistent on that spot. And that's much better as well. That one not getting the movement he would have wanted away, but had Deshaun Charles forward and making him play. So this is good from Manik. He's been a lot better in since coming back from the northern end. Look at this South team, and there's only 2 recognized fast bowlers, Manik and Ratcha. Got a couple of guys who could round their arm with some medium pace. Kamal Puran has done it at times.
And Becky, yep, he will put his hands up first, and Becky Joseph.
So don't be surprised if you see them. Actually, Kamal Puran bowled in the North South last year as well. Delivery there again. Once again, you can see that angling and tail away. It's a dangerous delivery coming around the wicket.
Oh, this time he touches, does he? Yes! The dreaded finger of umpire Ryan is raised, and Charles is asking, what's all that about? Let's have a look.
Definitely hurt.
It's difficult for us to tell. We'll wait for the replay again. It's difficult for us to tell from this position whether or not he edged it. Charles seemed very upset at the decision.
It was a. We don't have the facilities of DRS here, so you don't get to see that snick or maybe the ultra edge. But there was a noise when the ball passed the bat. So I think umpire Narayan is gonna have to go on what he saw out there and what he heard. And unfortunately for Deshaun Charles, he has to go. But it's gonna be Antonio Gomez, another young wicketkeeper batsman who's going to be looking to put his hand up and get into this team. As Ruskin and I were speaking of earlier, there's a chance for a wicketkeeper as well, considering the two main wicketkeepers for Trinidad and Tobago in recent years are both on test match duty with the West Indies. So another opportunity for either Daniel Williams or maybe Antonio Gomez to get into that first game.
Gomez would know that he will need runs, and he's no stranger to getting runs at the lower level. Williams hasn't started all that well, missing a catch. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that's... I'll leave that to you, Delia.
It looks to me like there was a feather.
Was there a feather? Was there daylight in between bat and pad? Let's wait and see. There's Manik. Just on about that fourth stump. Charles playing away from his body. Still inconclusive in my opinion. If I were a betting man, I would bet on the keeper holding the catch.
I think to me, if I'm the umpire Narayan out there, you go on what you hear. If you can't see any real deviation, and there was a noise at the point where the ball and the bat went past each other, and maybe it was that bit of movement that made him think that it was an edge. But a tough decision to make, and I'm still unsure. So Justin Gangu is into the action for the first time today.
Glad to see Gangu in the mix, former Naprima College player, South Zone player. Southeast, I'm told.
Justin Gangu is someone that I would have been introduced to when I was at the very beginning of my cricket career. He would have been, one of those guys that you go to school and you're always hearing about this Justin Gangu. He scored 100 at the weekend with Cephas Cooper, or during the week, in fact, in school cricket, or picking up wickets. He's always been that player. And that's a brilliant shot from Vikash Mohan against the run-off play, really.
That's 6.
And it goes a long way, in fact, for 6.
Well, Mohan, it was there, it was in the zone, and Mohan, who looks so calm, he's never flustered, easily hitting that down the ground. Look at that. Straight down on the southern end of the ground, where there are only 2 patrons. I wouldn't say patrons, there are 2 administrators alone on that massive stand. One is Azim Bassarat and the other is Amar Samaru from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
They never seem to be far away from each other, are they?
They're good friends.
There's Gangu again, who would look to recover, and that's a better delivery.
It's a poor shot.
I think Mohan maybe just opening up a bit and getting a bit carried away.
You want to see people like Mohan, who had a good regional 4. They started off brilliantly last year. You want to see him continue to bat and bat and bat here with Trinidad and Tobago having that first match here at this venue.
I think Mohan was a bit Just recently I was looking at a YouTube video, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers would know that West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Joshua Da Silva he has a YouTube channel that he does a lot of videos on, and he was talking about some of his funniest experiences in cricket, and village cricket, which we consider minor league here in Trinidad and Tobago. But he was talking about that game, and he was he was in disbelief. Like, he still can't believe exactly what transpired.
Mm-hmm.
And it stopped a regional game. It was funny. It was an interesting situation.
Again, pitching the ball up, allowing it to swing. Swinging late after it passed Gomez. So what Gomez needs to do in a situation like this is to, as you can see from here, just needs to be calm and lean on Vikash Mohan, who's the more experienced of the two.
It's good to see him getting the opportunity to bat early as well. You normally see wicketkeepers bat low down in the order, but Gomez is all the way up, batting at number 4.
Even in his South Zone days, Gomez always bats early. I think he's a proper batsman.
He is, most definitely. I think he's a batsman that could keep, but he's a very good keeper as well. He's definitely one for the future. It's good to see the energy from the South team, though. They just picked up a wicket not too long ago, and when you got guys like MBK Joseph and Christian Turton, Kamil Puran, these guys, Jed Guli as well, when you've got these kind of fiery characters on your team, you're always going to have fun playing cricket, and I think that's a mean thing. You've got to enjoy what you're doing, and these guys make it a lot easier. Went up for the Yorker there.
Can the ball tailing into the right-hander.
Gomez just looking to find the middle of the bat. He's not quite done it just yet, but it's early on in his innings. You can see that he's just trying to get a feel for things out there. There's no need to do anything out of the ordinary. That's a good looking shot, but straight to Gangu at point. It's really good to see Gangu getting this opportunity. There's a lot of competition in that spin bowling arsenal that Trinidad and Tobago have. There's obviously Kyrie Pace still around, still one of the better players in the region. Yannick Carrier, Brian Charles, who still yet to get his test debut, but was on that test team against South Africa this year, last year in fact.
It's the end of the over, and the end of it, 58 for 2.
So that's the 5 bowlers used so far. Manek, Racha, Jid Guli, Jason Mohammed just the one over, and Justin Gangu now.
You going there, boys?
No Samir Ali in the lineup today.
Bring down that run rate, bring down that
Oh,
run rate,
young
boys.
Ali Rupal replaced Mark Dial at the last minute. None of these guys involved today. You look at both teams, there's no real leg spinner.
Mark Dial, is he at the ILT 20?
Well, he might be actually.
Again, Mohan watches this one right onto the bat. That's another key thing to do when you're on a track where the ball is keeping a bit low.
Are we finishing?
Good delivery from Gangu. Good area. Just on about the off stump, going away from the right hander.
Are we finishing? Right, boy, yes, boy, sweet boy.
3:30 now, and just about half an hour until what we expect to be dinner.
Really good, really good.
Should be around 4 o'clock.
Ruskin said that there's some country where guys normally have dinner at 4 o'clock. I think, Gerard Basso has already messaged to find out where he needs to go and get his visa.
Oh, that's a
Direct hit.
brilliant bit of work from Chid Gully.
Look at the umpire. He was in a perfect position.
That's excellent from Gully there, and umpire Ryan was in a good position. He said not out. He is a true professional, a very good umpire.
I'm very impressed with umpire Ryan, to be honest. I looked at his positioning and it was excellent.
And look at that from Gully. Oh, in fact, it's Rambaran. And Gomez was long home. More of a hopeful appeal from Daniel Williams behind the stumps there. A good bit of work from Satran Rambaran, another true professional. He puts in a lot of time and a lot of hours into his craft. And hopefully he could see some more rewards. He's been around. He's been playing in the Regional 40 last year for the CCC team. He played in the Super 50 as well for them last year. So he's around the system. Here is Manik again in to bowl his 8th over. And starts off with a beauty, but it seemed to hit Mohan outside off. And you could tell that Vikash Mohan knows exactly where his off stump is. Because when those appeals come in, he doesn't look bothered at all.
Yep. Very calm head is Mohan. Well, as I was saying before, my good friend Gerard Basso wants to immediately get his visa to visit that country that provides an early dinner. And in fact, he seems to be on the broadcast. He's telling me to tell Ruskin, name the countries, please. Well, Ruskin is up at the end of this over, Gerard, so stay tuned.
One thing I'll know about Gerard Basso is that he's going to look for a country that serves dinner at 9 p.m. as well, so he could fly today and get that dinner as well. This is good from Manik. Again, right on spot, but a good bit of running from Gomez and Mohan there to complete that single.
If you look at this, some booming in swingers here from Manik.
Well, to be honest with you, this seems to be his preferred end. I think anytime Manik has bowled from this end, from the past that I've been playing cricket with him, he bowls better from this end because he gets the ball back into the right-hander.
And with the wind coming left or right, it aids him in that manner.
It was interesting to me because, Daniel Williams just out of reach, and that's 4 runs. But what was interesting to me is that usually Manik bowls from this end and Racha would bowl from the end where the ball moves away from the right-hander because that's his strength. So, maybe a bit of miscommunication.
Bit of a half chance from Danny Williams.
Yeah, it was a tough one though. And Williams backs himself as a wicketkeeper, a really good wicketkeeper, and he usually is. He's not had the best day out so far. Just the one catch so far, and he dropped one as well.
It's a pretty good keeper, I can tell you, but today just hasn't been his day.
You'd hope to get some runs. He's been around this setup for as long as I can remember. And he's a very good player, former St. Benedict's College student.
Yep, he's been around bat and pad close together and right forward. Because again, bat and pad close together and right forward. Because again, he knew that delivery was going to come into him. What Manik needs to do before the end of this over is to get one to hold its line. Slashed away, can't get a run. So there's no vibe really for this game, and of course the Trinidad Cricket Board will not move the game from here. This is a good move to have this game here, to give your players who are going in to represent Trinidad and Tobago in an opening game, let them get accustomed to this pitch. This pitch has been relayed, and this is where they will play their opening game in the regional tournament. End of the over, and the end of it. The latest score 64 for 2. I take my exit. Next up will be Ruskin Mark.
Going Gangu. Good drive it alone. Huh? One more. Baton dos. One. Hey, one again.
Yeah, so another over completed, 64 for 2 now with 20 overs completed. They're not setting the place alight in terms of the over rate, but they're trying to get through the overs as quickly as possible. The batsmen, meanwhile, haven't really been able to get on top of the bowling.
I think we lost a bit of time as well for the side screen issue. I think maybe 2 or 3 times we had to just stop for a bit, so that maybe took up about maybe 15 minutes of their time.
So Gangu's trying his bit here for a breakthrough.
He's a good option with 2 right-handers at the crease. It's a good bit of fielding from Manik at point there.
Keep going Gangu.
And that's the thing, you know, a lot of these players, well, I always tell people when you're playing at this level, you must have ability to be able to play at this level. And it's just out of the reach there. Gully was probably hoping that it would come up to his grasp. When it hit the ground, it stayed down, and he was kind of hoping it would bounce up to him. And it kind of passed right under his outstretched arm. It's the lone slip. Jit Gully. We saw Cephas Cooper in the slip prior.
He's a good slip fielder as well. Cooper is actually, he could field at any position out there, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I see Matt long on now.
And if he's being punished, go out in the deep and run around a little bit. But he's in the shade. So
He's glad.
I don't think he's complaining.
Well bowled there from Gangu. And well played again from Vikash Mohan. He really seems to be so clear in his plans of what he wants to do. And he knows when to target that bad delivery. Other than that, he's been completely in control.
He's taking what the bowlers are giving him right now.
Yes, boy.
Just patience, and that's the end of over number 21. 2 off it, 66 for 2. And you look at the batting to come, there's still Tion Webster. And there's Joshua James.
He's
Mikel
surprised
Govaya.
Tion didn't come higher, maybe even at 3.
I thought he would have opened actually, instead of maybe having Raja up there, but I think maybe a left and right combination to throw the bowlers off their lines a bit might have been the reason for that. But yeah, even not, I thought he would.
But then even there, he didn't get to play. I would imagine in his preferred position, as you said, maybe open the batting about as high as 3.
I think he opened in the Super 50. Yeah,
Mm.
he opened with Keon Otley, and he did really well to me. He scored a couple of half centuries, got close to 100, I believe, and yeah, maybe just. I think what was disappointing to me is that he missed out on the CPL earlier than that in back in September. I thought I didn't really see much players around, especially some of the new guys that are much better than Tion Webster. I think he missed out there. But I think he's also been forgotten a bit in the conversation about fast bowlers going into that first round. He is an option for Trinidad and Tobago, and he's been an option for quite some time.
Will they play Shannon Gabriel? Because if you don't play him here, are you basically resting him and saying let somebody else show what they're capable of, and Shannon is,
Well, he's
if
recovering.
he's fit,
That's
that's
it.
the thing.
I think I looked at the article on the newspaper recently where Coach David Furlong had a conversation with one of those newspapers, and he basically said that Shannon Gabriel agreed to take a bit of a rest to get the younger guys an opportunity last season, and would only be called upon when needed. And considering now he's retired from international cricket, so there's no real reason for him to chase down regional cricket. But what had happened was, now with the shortage of fast bowlers, they're gonna lack experience going into that first game.
So this
He
might
was
be the time
recalled.
to give him a look in here.
But it all depends on his fitness because he
Mhm.
just did surgery. So it all depends on if he's going to be ready for that first game or not. It's going to be him and
One
maybe
or
two
the other,
others.
yeah.
Yeah. But as of right now, there's no word on his availability just yet. So we'll have to wait and see.
There's a little bit of a cat and mouse going on here because Gomez is trying to get out to Manic, but he's not giving him much to work with. That movement in is a little bit disconcerting for the right-hander.
One thing about Justin Manick is he's got a very good wrist position and uses his wrist well to get that movement. And you could see the ball is about 21 overs old now. It's not old by any means, but he's getting swing. Brilliant stop there from Cooper. And yeah, that's the fielder that they just put in there, as you mentioned.
Came out of the shade. Because he was a long one in the shade, which is kind of like an unusual position for him. He's normally close to the wicket, either in a crouch position, and either behind the slips or in a forward short leg or in a short mid wicket or maybe at a point position. So to see him at fine leg, at long on rather, was a little bit unusual.
Good delivery from Manick. Gomez not really looking in control just yet. He's got a lot of time. He needs to understand that. And that is the end of over number 22 now. Trinidad North, in fact, 68 for 2.
You can see a little bit of bounce there, a little bit extra bounce. And again, although it bounced, it also came back at him. And he decided to pull out of the shot, which is a good decision, I would imagine, in the end. Because any kind of bat and ball there, he probably would not have been in control of it. And might have spooned a simple catch.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, you can see him giving up on the shot. He just kept the bat out of harm's way. And, a good decision. So even though the cricket isn't sort of electrifying, it's still absorbing enough that the batsmen have to be honest and wait for their opportunities. Bowlers, in the meantime, are not giving them too many options or too many free scoring opportunities.
Okay, ball in.
I think, for a lot of people around the world, the last bit of long format cricket that a lot of the world you see from 4-day cricket or test match cricket.
Well, think about it. A lot of these test matches now, even with the better teams, are not even going into the 5th day. They might only play half of the 4th day. So they're going to go for the single here, and this is very well judged there. Not much Williams could have done about that, coming from behind the stumps. And although you had players closing in, there was a short third man, a backward point, and a short cover, and nobody had a chance. That was so well played that nobody really had a chance of preventing the single.
Yeah, good wicket shot there from Mohan. He's been excellent. 37 now.
So Gomez, who's on 6, comes back on strike. 69 for 2.
Driven nicely through the covers, and that's going to be the first real shot of conviction from Antonio Gomez, with Joseph doing a great job to pull it back in, and they pick up
2. They
2
thought
runs.
for a moment it was 3rd, but then they decided against it. But that's a good looking shot. He was on top of it, and he's just stroked it into the gap. And that's one of the keys to scoring runs, because how often have we seen guys produce good shots straight to the fieldsman? Good powerful shot straight to the fieldsman, and you got nothing for it. And so the ability to pick up the gaps, and that's one of the strengths of, say, Brian Lara, because his wrist movement was so good, he guided the ball away a lot of times he placed it to either to the left or the right of the fielder, so he had to move. And by that time, if he didn't get a boundary, at least he was going to get a run or two. And we saw that with that shot. They were able to pick up two.
Well played again there from Gomez. So that's the end of over number 23. Going along nicely now. 71 for 2. Gomez on 8. Moan on 37. And
you know, in the modern day game, Liam, where before, I suppose the general thinking was, as the openers, you're trying to see the shine off, you know, and so the team will take, if you got in the first 2 hours, let's just say, and you got 60, 70, you know, you would be happy with that. You would take that and not lose a wicket, or if you lost a wicket, maybe one, at worst, two before the lunch and interval. And if you got 70 on the board, you would be pleased with that. But the way the game has changed, or is changing now, you know, teams are trying to put pressure on batting teams, are trying to put pressure on the bowling team, and they'll be looking for maybe 90, even 100 in the first 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And, you know, and they would still be happy with the same thing if you lost 2 wickets, but you put 100 on the board. Then they think you're happy, you know, that's happening. That's a good shot again, but as we were saying, good shot for nothing. You know, you don't get a run.
Well, there was cries of catch it from Daniel Williams, so not sure if that ball just scooped up maybe from Puran there, but maybe a bit uppish for Vikash Mohan. But Racha, he's been excellent. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. He's been on top of the North team since he got the ball in hand this morning.
Again, operating, and he's bowled one side of the wicket, which is that inward movement is proven to be a real area of concern for the batsman, because nobody has really been able to master it just yet, because once it moves and deviates, it almost invariably occasions a defensive shot or some kind of a missed shot.
You can see from Mohan there, he's taking a step down the track, and maybe to just combat that bit of movement. It's not a bad option by any means.
And we see that a lot. Again, the modern day batsmen are not afraid to use their feet to the fast bowling, and we saw the youngster for Australia chipping into Bumrah. Most of the team, again for the Sri Lanka series, so they are not afraid to put you know, their young talent on display, especially if they're making runs and taking wickets. And so you're going to see what it does though. Think of somebody like maybe a Maxwell. You'd say his career, his Test career might be over if they're going to go with these youngsters and blood some of these new faces. I thought Maxwell would have gone to Sri Lanka, because I want to believe he could probably he could do damage at any time. you just don't know what mood he's in, you know.
Maiden over for Racha once again. 6 overs now, 1 for 10. And
71 for 2 at the end of the over.
Looks like it's going to be Gangu maybe to continue.
I think he's bowling well enough, so I think Gully is probably saying, well, you tie up one end and let's see if we can, and if we get a wicket or two, great, but we will try and operate at the other end and hopefully have him ring away at that southern end. It's a strategy a lot of captains have used in the past. They get a bowler who is consistent and, you know, bowling one side of the wicket, so he's not conceding runs. Even if he doesn't get a wicket, the runs aren't flowing that much. The occasional boundary, okay, you could live with that, but in the main, you look at it, Gangu was 4 overs, it cost him 12 runs, so he's going at 3 and over, you know, which is not bad. You could live with that. What you want now is for him to be even more miserly. And then if you could pick up a wicket or two, you're happy with that. But even if the wicket comes at the other end, you're still happy because he's keeping his end as tight as possible. Good shot again, and because the fielder is that deep, they're able to get the single, Joseph, over there.
Looks just like Jamal Hamilton, doesn't he?
Yes. And under that big red broad brim hat, he looks even more like Hamilton.
Cut away again from Mohan, this time straight to Manik at point.
A little bit of bounce there from Gangu. I wish he would bring Joseph in a little bit closer because you don't want them to feel they could get a single there every time.
It's a pretty easy single. You
Yep.
look at a lot of space there for Mohan. He's not bringing up the long on. Maybe to encourage Mohan to go down the track.
Well, he pulled away, and the umpire does signal dead ball.
Pulled away quite late though.
Yeah. And then he almost like he kicked the ball. He tried to kick the ball. It would have been interesting after he hit the stumps. And there's that bounce again. The ball kind of stopping in the wicket because he's not able to really free his arms and punch it through the offside.
I don't understand the need for Joseph to be
That
half
deep.
in, half out there, yeah. Side edge this time, I move from Gangu. Manik pulling it in there, pulling out the dive.
Yeah, just limiting it to the one. But not a bad delivery again, hitting the outside edge. And that's what you want. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe contemplates a second slip because not for the first time he's hit the outside edge of the bat. And it's just kind of bounced past that first slip.
Cut away again. It's just been the batsmen Gangu and Manik in this over.
Now they brought that short extra cover. But he's not driving the ball. He's on the back foot trying to cut it. He wants him driving. There is where you want him to be. And that one just... I'm thinking about the bowlers from South over the years who've really excelled in this North-South game. But again, you've had the three big spinners. Sampat, I think, at times would have done his bit outside of those three. Arnold Oliver would have been another player who's done very well for South. Shamsuddin Jumuddin. Ines Gabriel at the youth level would have done well. That's Richard Gabriel's younger brother. But he too was left arm orthodox. And the thing with Ines had this unusual, he kind of, it's almost like he sidearmed the ball at you. So you didn't see it. There wasn't much flight. So it came at you constantly. Like how Jadeja bowls? That was Ines Gabriel. And boy, he was tidy and he was hard to get away because he was constantly at you, all the time.
Maybe a bit skilly as well.
Yep. That's well bowled again. We've seen that delivery time and again. The ball pitching up and then just sort of curling, caving into the right-hander, trying to get under the bat. But you had that, and you also had Satish Mahabir. And I'm just thinking of some of the bowlers who, as I mentioned, Richard Suchan bowling his medium pace to good effect. There's another beauty. That one came right back in. Now, did that pass the outside edge or did it pass between the bat and pad?
Let's have a look at it again. It really seems to be a beauty because Vikash Mohan turned around. Beating him inside.
Yep.
The Vikash Mohan turned around. You could see there, he just turned around and shook his head. It's like, good delivery, young man.
Not much you could do about it. And again, it's because he's not sure which one is straightening and which one is coming in. And that's the beauty when you have the ability to move the ball like that. Batsmen are in two minds.
One
Again.
thing though, Mohan seems to be in a good mindset in terms of he knows exactly where he's leaving the ball. He knows that he's
Covers the off stump.
yeah, definitely. Even that ball that beat him was beat him inside of the inside edge there, but still it was far off from his off stump, so knows where he's playing.
If you notice look at how wide open that slip cordon is. I would probably tighten that up a little bit, because if he hits the edge, you don't want it going between keeper and first slip. So you probably bring the traditional first slip in, and then you could say either you put in a second slip or you give him an out-and-out gully. Right now, he's
A little bit of like a second
yeah,
slip
he's
and a
second
fourth
slip
maybe.
and a fourth slip.
Yeah.
So if it goes through there, Racha is going to be very annoyed.
Well, what we've seen with Daniel Williams is he's got the ability to cover for his slips, so maybe that's been the conversation.
And there he is flirting with one outside the off stump. And I'm telling you, I as somebody who's fielded at first slip, I don't want that first slip open at all. Because I always tell them that everybody should be going in one direction. So if you're standing at first slip, you're going to your right. So it's first, then second, and then third. But it's not like a splice between first and second, because you then have to go both
To your right,
ways
to your left,
or
yeah.
to your left, and sometimes that creates the problem. But that is the luncheon interval. It looks like the players are going to come off, and 73 for 2 at the interval, and 37 to Mohan. He's batted well. Gomez is on 9. So at the interval, it's 73 for 2 now. North, after they won the toss, and up to bat first.
Looking at it, who do you think would feel more comfortable after this first session of play in this North-South Classic? Who do you think has taken that lead so far?
Well, I think South would be happy that they got the 2 wickets, and but North too would be satisfied. They started well, and then they lost that early wicket. Raja was looking in the pink of form, unfortunately, but the umpire made the decision. Not much he could do after that. So those 2 wickets, North would have probably been happier, maybe just losing 1, and to be in the same position. And if Charles had stuck around, we know how quickly he can score. Had he stayed around, they might have been further advanced. But since that time, Gomez has come, and he's kind of held his own. He hasn't really set the place on fire, but he's still there, and that is the good thing. Mohan, though, is the key. He's up to 37. I think they would want him to stick around and maybe play a big innings here for them, and maybe try to get them to 250, 300, 350 maybe when it's all said and done. But I think North must be thinking, the conditions are good for batting. Let's see if we could push on from here now and get a really big score. I think they might be looking in excess of 350 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, definitely. So with that, we're going to take a short break for lunch. We'll be right back with the second session of play after this. As it stands, North and South, the game hangs in the balance.
No, they were telling us before they told us, we asked them, we try to do the pull on all and the coach and manager and stuff is going around. Then they fight you. Do some repair to this tonight. For the morning, right? You got a short soil and just jump up. Because you are not door. I had to grab on that and fly over the window. Yeah. 40 minutes. Yeah, that. Imagine shining long in there. A big hole there. Yeah, boy, we'll land in. Acha. Anik.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for play after lunch in this day-night affair of the Namalco North-South Classic. Again, the North team won the toss, Carrie Pear, the captain, and opted to bat first. They opened with Vikash Mohan and Isaiah Raja. Raja was the first to go for 9, caught Puran, bowled Racha, 18 for 1. Then Dejon Charles came in, played a couple robust shots, but he was eventually caught at the wicket by Williams of the bowling of Manik for 14, was 52 for 2. Since that time, Mohan has been joined by Antonio Gomez, and they have seen the score up to 73 for 2 at the luncheon interval, and that's where we are at this point in time. The players are 2, I suppose you could say, even Stevens, because I think the batting team achieved what they wanted to, which was to kind of survive, not lose too many wickets. They lost 2. And the bowling team also would have wanted to pick up a couple wickets, and they got 2. Maybe a little bit of more luck, they might have had 1 or 2 because they've had a number of appeals, LBW appeals, turned down.
Yeah, Ruskin, good afternoon, and good afternoon to all of yours as well. I would say even Stevens, I'll also say that South will be very happy that Vikash Mohan is still there. He brings that level of calmness to the top order. He's there with the young Gomez, and it's all to play for Gomez. As we say, there are openings on the national team, one being for wicketkeeper batsman because Amir Jangu and Joshua De Silva is in Pakistan with the West Indies team. So we wait to see if he grasps the opportunity. And but I think it's even Stevens at this point, probably slightly in favour of South, given North, given the way the track is playing.
It is a good, it's a real batsman's paradise. We did see though, Gangu get some bunks in his spell. He did get a couple of deliveries to jump, especially just outside the off stump. So it would be interesting to see if they persist with him at one end and maybe fire away at the other end, because he seemed to have everything under control at that southern end. And
they'll continue with him actually, as you can see there, and probably they may want to continue with Racha and, of course, the young man Manik from the northern end. Manik looked a totally different bowler from the northern end.
Yeah, we were contemplating whether they were going to just switch him around. They took one additional over with Racha, and then Manik came up at this end. And as you said, he certainly looked a lot better. He probably was a lot more comfortable. I know there are a lot of people, I don't know if it's just psychologically, they like to bowl going downhill as opposed to coming uphill. We always feel coming uphill is a little more difficult than it is going downhill. But then some bowlers love going uphill.
Yeah.
Crofty was one of those, didn't mind bowling uphill at all. Ambrose to another extent, or even Walsh as a first ball, not too far outside the off stump. I would really like to see them put in a second slip. Now, they put the short extra cover as a catcher, but I'd much prefer to see him probably at gully or at second slip, because a couple have gone past the outside, or hit the outside edge rather, and just go past that first slip. There's a forward short leg as well.
So we're into the second session of the first day, and of course this being a day-night game, you can see there is a shadow across the pitch, and that is from one of the lighting towers edging, as Mark was saying, and it's going to go down to it, man, probably.
Going up for the second, yep.
Yep, probably a second slip option might be the right one.
Yeah, and it's not the first time. I really think they need to consider putting somebody else in that slip code, and maybe even a gully fieldsman, because I'm sure while that one went along the ground, if he edges one and it's just wide of slip, they're going to be very annoyed.
Ken opening the face.
Yeah, it is. It's you could almost see something happening there. I'm not sure if Jid Goody is seeing it, but You can almost sense that if he's going to give a chance, it's probably going to be to the wicketkeeper or to the slip cone. And you want to close up that gap and make sure that when he edges it, you have people in place to catch it.
Hey, yes, boy, sweet, sweet.
It's another good delay. A little quicker and a little straighter.
Lovely stuff here, boys.
No real turn on that occasion. He's not a tall man. He's slim built. But it's a good action. Again, you can see him putting some revs on the ball. Although it's not a big spinning wicket. It's the end of the over. 76 for 2 at the end of it. Yeah, we were mentioning the openings on the national team and what players must be playing for. And they all want to do well. And especially in a game like this where you're under the spotlight and you just know that if you do well, you don't know, the future kind of opens up. Your life could change in a lot of ways. It's a great opportunity for them. And you're just hoping that they're able to do it. And it's the same thing we're talking about with the slip. Look at the slip cordon here. He's not first slip, and he's not second or third slip. He's kind of in between.
It's a defensive slip position, if you ask me.
And you have to go both ways. You either have to go to his left if it's a thin edge, or to his right if it's a thick edge. Whereas if you have the regular first slip, and then you put a second slip in place, then everybody's going one direction. It's when players have to go both ways, sometimes I think is when they either just stand up and the ball passes between the keeper and first slip, and then they blame each other.
It's a nice push through the offside, runs here. With the feeling there by Kamil Puran.
South has done well. They fielded well. They did put on that one catch to wicketkeeper Williams. But outside of that, they've been pretty tidy in the field.
I was a bit puzzled early on because when I saw Antonio Gomez, I know that he's a southerner. But I guess because of the fact that Trinidad and Tobago are in search of a wicketkeeper for that first round, they've decided to send him to the northern side of things. But he lives in South.
They recruited him.
Yes.
I'll give you that joke about where you live. When I was growing up, I lived on 1st Street in Bartaria, between 6th and 7th Avenue, right? The Quasi was to the east of me. Mover Junction was to the west of where I lived.
Mm-hmm.
1 year, the boundary was Mover Junction. So they said I was living in the east. So I played for east. The next year, North complained. They said the boundary is the Quasi. So now I'm living in the north. I move it. I move an inch.
So that you played for North?
I played for North, And after like 2 years, East complained, so they moved back the boundary to Mover Junction. So I'm living in the east again. So I went back to play for East as well. I was like, man, pick up your minds. It was so funny. And because I told my mom that I say, and actually that's how I happened to be playing with Siobhan Prague.
Mm-hmm.
We were actually practicing, and this was an East practice. I played again, probably not as fluent as he would like to be. And that's how we were actually, Rohan Kanhai was our coach at that time. And so we were practicing for the zonal competition. And that's when that unfortunate thing happened. We were at UWE at the time. And I remember we sat around after practicing and we were talking, and he was going over performances and whatever. And then he asked me, everybody got a chance to speak. So I asked for some time off because I had to play football as well, well played as well. And that will bring you over to an end. 77 for 2 at the end of it. So the last over the day, Phil Simmons and I were batting. And we were playing like an inter-squad match among ourselves. So Simo and I batting, and Siobhan Prague was bowling. But we realized this because the rain started to fall, and he started to spin. So after I played all the first couple of balls, I told him, I said, Simo, I'm not even making a shot here because he started to bowl medium pace. We couldn't grip it, so he said he'll just bowl a little medium pace. And sure, progress was short. So I said, here, what we will I will wait and we'll come back tomorrow and we'll deal with him tomorrow. Tomorrow never came. Because when I was asking for the time off to go and play football, because at that time I was the captain of Malvern. So we had a football game, we were playing Memphis in Arima. He asked for time off because his friend was going off on a scholarship. And they had a little farewell for him. So I driven again. And so he went. And then when we got back the next morning, we didn't know. And so we saw play started, no Prague. We went to lunch, still no Prague. Because we were saying, well, maybe you overslept, you know. There's a chance of a catch of the wicket, not out, says the umpire. And it was only then, I think, Raja and they went home by him at lunchtime just to see, you know, what was up. And there's when we got the news of his passing. So
Cell phone was not a thing
no,
in those days.
No, we had to go. We went by him. And, well, they went by him. And that's when they brought back the news that he was in this accident. And that was that. But it was Simmons and I were batting at the time. And it's well played again into the gap. There is cover. But Prague would have been another one. He would have been he's the Inchanali type, Chanaman Googly. And he was very good. He was already on the Trinidad youth team, in line for the West Indies youth team, in line for the Trinidad senior team. Because Jaichan Kanhai, who also bowled left arm Chinaman Googly, was kind of like the heir apparent to Ancient. But Jaichan came so soon, probably, as they say, too soon for his own good, because Ancient was still very young. And Ancient had already established himself as the frontline spinner. He was already on the West Indies team, so it was tough for Jaichan to break into the team. Similarly, any spinner like, let's say, Arnold Oliver, to beat out Jumadine. You know, Oliver might have gotten the odd game here and there, but it was hard to replace Jumas. And then Ranji came along, and Ranji started to bowl well. And Harold Joe also emerged, you know. And then you had like Ganesh Mahabir coming a little bit. But even Ganesh had to wait his turn because Imtiaz Ali was also playing as well. And Imtiaz was, to me, one of the most tidy leg spinners you could find. Because he and you know what's good about that is that you would have played with and against those guys and arbiter. Whoever did well here, more or less, plus what you did in the trials with
got you into that national team.
Yeah, we get you to the national team. And guys look forward to this North-South game because it was really the best against the best. Yeah, that one was beaten leg.
Bit high as well. Back then the North-South had so much more to it.
Yeah. Plus, when it first started, from what I gathered, when it was the Bowman Cup, it was just North played South. And then they brought in the zonal competition. So then they had North, South, they had it East, they had it Tobago, and I think they had Central. Or was it South Central? But they opened it up. And so we had all these other teams playing. And at that competition too also, so we had it both at junior level and at senior level. So you had the zonal under 19s and then you had the zonal thing. So it created opportunities for people to play and perform, and the selectors got a good look at who was doing what and who was playing well. And back then the Shell Shield regional tournament would have started maybe the first week or second week in January. So the North-South would have been played over Christmas, just after Christmas. Right after Boxing Day, you play a 4 days. So by the New Year's, that game is over. And then players would be
selected, for Trinidad. But, you know, there was so much significance to the North-South back in the day. As we said before, it started as the Bowman Cup. Right online, there's Racha. It started with the Bowman Cup. And then Texaco Cup,
Ttcb Trophy. Yeah.
Texaco Trophy. I think at one point there's also the Trintoc Cup as well.
Yeah.
I think couple seasons.
Then the Jerry Gomez.
Then you had Jerry Gomez. There was a Pizza Hut Classic as
Yeah, the
well.
North-South Classic. It was all the North-South Classic, but
Yeah, different
with
sponsors.
sponsorship, and,
Yeah.
and they were named after Jerry Gomez as well. So,
I remember when Jerry Gomez North-South Classic was launched, Jerry had already passed. And his wife Yvette Gomez was there at the official opening. And there was this young man who, very keen from the media, he would have attended the opening. And, he did an interview at the end of the opening. Privately, at the side, the game was about to start. He spoke to Yvette Gomez. And he took the video back to his office. And his editor told him that, why would you speak to Yvette and not Jerry?
Jerry. I tell him if we could have achieved that, but boy, you could get the lotto numbers easily.
End of
That
the
would
over,
have been a
another
miracle.
type. Maiden over there by Ratcha. And it's 78 for the loss of 2, it remains.
Yeah, but this is a good spell for South, though, because they're not giving away too much. They're very much on top as a bowling unit, and they're doing it at both ends. Neither one of these two bowlers are giving batsmen gifts or free hits. Christmas is gone, so you got to work for everything now. So all the gift giving is over.
So it's tight, and these guys, they just need to work through these little difficult periods. A time will come, Ruskin, I don't know your thoughts on it. A time will come when there will be just that changing from the natural light to the artificial,
lights,
and they always tend to think that is a difficult period for batsmen. And South may be looking at that as, because they have to, on a batting track like this, you look for everything that can help you.
The key is to try to pick up wickets, but as you said, if you're not going to take wickets, then you don't want to give away runs. So you're trying to build pressure and maintain that pressure for as long as possible. Still only the one slip.
Oh, catch it! Oh, off the boot here, boy.
So again, Mohan digging in here because he went to lunge. He probably was transgressing there a little bit, probably cutting the crease too much. But we don't see as much of it in cricket as we see in other disciplines: track and field, basketball, rugby, where a lot of the international institutions actually give scholarships to nationals from Trinidad, from around the world. And a lot of people take advantage of it. In fact, there was a time we used to say the US was like finishing school for our track and field athletes. You think of the names: Hazley Crawford, Ephraim Syrup, Addo Bolden, Richard Thompson. They all went to school. Mark Burns, they all went to universities abroad, and Cleopatra Borrell.
They've all done well for Trinidad and Tobago. They were very lucky to benefit from the training that they would have received there. One of the lighting towers is already on.
Well, as we were saying all along, they've now put in the second slip, so they probably spotted that little indecision outside the off stump there, and they have installed the second slip. In fact, Jason Mohammed went into second slip, but that completes the over. 80 for 2 at the end of it, and Mohan inched on by 1. He's up to 38 now. 14 to Gomez. Remember the men out? Isaiah Raja for 9 and Dejan Charles for 14. Wickets fell at 18 and 52. North, after winning the toss and Upton to bat, chugging along here. Slow going at the moment, and he's out LBW to Ratcha. And that is the breakthrough that I think South desperately needed. They while they'd have taken Gomez's wicket if they'd gotten it, but the one that they really wanted was Vikash Mohan, and hey, their prayers were answered. He
Yep.
goes back for a well-played 38.
He has to leave. We wait the replay on that last dismissal.
Yeah, so a real solid breakthrough for them there. And that brings to the wicket Tion Webster. And again, I thought I would have seen Webster earlier. But maybe this is a way for North to kind of lengthen their batting somewhat. Because there's quite a bit of inexperience about here. So maybe they strategically placed him there at 5 to make the batting look a little bit longer and a little more sustainable in the middle.
Into you, very
So
little.
Racha,
Yeah, that's your middle stump.
2 for 11. He's in his 10th over Ruskin. He couldn't ask for anything better from the young man.
Young.
Yes, this has been a very impressive display from him.
Welcome.
I think we all seen this before based on the fact that we followed him. We covered a lot of his games in the secondary schools, cricket league, national youth team performer, under 17s, graduating now, pushing up to the higher levels and now up to the national senior team. So hopefully it will be a seamless transition for him.
Webster just gets across.
And watch out how the alignment and the slippers change now. Now they've gotten the wicket. We have a first slip orthodox, second slip orthodox, and a third slip or gully. Let's call him a gully for all intents and purposes. But that's what you want to see. There's first slip more of a second slip and vice versa.
Racha continues to pitch this ball up, looking to get maximum swing out of it. Becky Joseph doing some good work there.
Racha's doing well because he's probing all the time. And like I said, the pressure that Mohan that Gangu is operating with at the bottom and at the other end, it's keeping the batsmen sort of guessing, and Racha is firing away at this top end. Well bowled, well left, because Webster, who is, for all intents and purposes, could have opened this innings if they wanted him to. Finds himself in the middle order, but he finds himself coming in at a critical time here at 80 for 3. They not need him to stick around for a while.
I think Racha would understand that if he can nick him off early, that'd be real pressure for North, because he is one of the standout players for North in recent times. Webster, definitely, I think he will be on the national team for that first game. So he'll want to get in some batting here on this track. Can't see this track changing too much for that first game.
And not only that, even in this game, think about the way it's playing. There's little by way of turn. There is some sideways movement for the seam bowlers who can, use their wrist and get the ball to deviate off the wicket. But the spinners are not getting that much turn. They get some bunks, but not much by way of turn. Webster trying to get off the mark there with a nice flowing drive, but can't get it through. It remains 84-3. Good over, and a successful one of that for Racha.
Last delivery over pitched, and Webster, you can see, was angry with himself not to have gotten off the mark. I think what these two will need to do right now is just to occupy the crease for as long as possible. This is just the second session in a match that will have 12.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to take time and bat and, enhance your chances of getting into that national team.
That has to be the thinking of every batsman, including number 11 who comes to the wicket, because if you can enhance your bowling with a good batting display, so much the better for you, because everything will be laid on the table when the selectors meet. when they sit down to discuss.
Just
That's well
Gomez.
Sonny.
There is protection out there, just one.
You going
Ground has
point.
been in really good condition. The outfield has been excellent.
Yeah, since the improvements made for the World Cup, I think this ground has really been improved. It really looks a picture. And it's a good viewing facility. You know, as you go to some stadium, you're looking around a post.
Yep.
Stuff like
There
that.
are some posts here, but it's to the back,
Yep. You
which
know,
is where it should be.
yeah, this is, you
Going
know,
keep going Gango.
you could see from any seat.
I always say one of the best cricket in the Caribbean, at least one of the best cricket viewing facilities that you can have for media men is the Queen's Park Oval. You actually feel you're right on top of the action. Yeah.
You know, it's just a pity that we have, well, the way things have changed in terms of the type of buildings we have now. But remember when the cricketers used to tell you they love playing at the Oval because of the green hills in the background. You could see the ball.
See the ball.
You know, now that is blocked off by, by the media center to a large extent. And that's just, he's taking his life into his hands here and he's getting away with it. And that is T on Webster for you. He's not afraid to means on 4-15 to Gomez. So 85 for 3. And we know a lot of discussion now on the two-tiered system that seems to be all of a sudden it has re-emerged. I think back in 2016 I thought it was a hot topic and then it just seemed to die a natural death. But it just seems as if it's being resuscitated now.
Well, I was looking at the source of it and where it came from. It came from a former executive at ICC who is no longer there, and he was just talking about the cricket. And, you know, reporters decided to pick up on it and then get comments from different people. Whether or not it's stable at the ICC, I can't say, but it seems to be old news coming back to hand.
I mean, there are pros and cons to it. Maybe the cons outweigh the pros, depending on where you sit, I would imagine.
I think if you look at it, and so it could be very puzzling, because then what would then be your test record if you get X amount in Division 2 and X amount in Division 1?
This is Mane coming back into the attack. I think what is, well, you look at the countries that they have, based on the reports that we're seeing, it's Australia, England, India.
That's a big tree.
New Zealand, South Africa. That's 5. Outside of that, you have West Indies, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. There's another delivery outside here of them.
Bangladesh.
Yep. You have Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Zimbabwe, Ireland. Right. That's test playing the countries that have already
Afghanistan.
that have already attained test status.
Yeah.
So you have the big 5, and then you have what the lower 7 or so, as the case may be. Right. And you know, it's they're trying their best to, as they say, resuscitate cricket. That's a good shot, but he won't get it through.
But even in good battles, I think Test cricket is still well and truly alive. You saw some good Test cricket recently.
You saw record crowds.
And then you look at South Africa, who are atop the World Test Championship at this point in time, playing against West Indies, who's at the bottom. But playing against West Indies recently, the Caribbean, and West Indies could have won the series.
Yep.
It was that close. Driving. This is runs here. Just open the face of the bat and you will get all 4 of them. Excellent shot there by Gomez.
He waited on it a little bit. He didn't try to play too early. He allowed the ball to do its thing. A little bit of inward movement. And then he was able to place it nicely away from the man at backward point for 4 runs. Yeah, but I suppose the argument is if you continue to play among the big three, they will generate enough revenue to maybe share it with the others at the lower level, which is the way it should be in a sense, because whoever is making the money, there's an obligation to ensure that that all the teams, benefit from it. But what we've seen now with the kind of disbursement that we're having, it's skewed heavily in favor of India, Australia, and England.
I think ICC gains over about around 80% of their revenue from India alone.
Yep. So and funny enough, when this thing first came up in 2016, India was the objecting party because they wanted to look after the smaller test playing nations and the new boys, the new kids on the block, so to speak.
Driving nicely. Webster's going to get runs here, at least 2. And I don't know if you ever saw the movie 1983 that depicted India's success at the World Cup.
The World Cup. Kapil Dev.
I tell you how things have changed, Ruskin. In 1983, the Indian team, when you look at that movie, when they reached the airport to go to London, some of the bags were overweight. And the manager at the time had to find funds to pay for the overweight luggage. Even before the World Cup, he was going around and they were begging for sponsors. Look how things have changed.
Changed now, yeah.
I remember in that movie, Indian opener, as you can see, the artificial light is now taking effect. And I'll leave you with this as Liam comes calling Ruskin. I remember there was an official opening for that World Cup, and Krishnamachari Shrikant, the explosive Indian opener, went up to Sir Viv, and he was almost starstruck, and he was shaking, and he shook Viv's hand and said, "My name is Shrikant," and Viv looked at him as, okay.
Welcome. The first ball of a new over from Gangu is just pushed out into the offside. Gomez, with the arrival of Webster, Gomez has suddenly picked up steam. He's up to 20 now, and Webster is on 6. Webster played a big booming overhead.
Hey, nothing.
The lofted shot that got him off the mark, and it seems as if it just kind of lit a fire under Gomez. As a welcome back, Liam. 92 for 3 now.
It seems to me that Gomez is shadowing whoever is because Vikash Mohan, we know him to be a bit more tentative and a bit more defensive. I know Tion Webster's come out playing shots and so has Gomez.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a different player. He seems so much more comfortable now to attack the bowling. Has to be careful though. There are 2 slips now. We were calling for that. Obviously, there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, not out.
There's no. 2 slips in. Jason Mohammed and Cephas Cooper, and another
play on a miss there. That one like it came back with the arm.
Let's look at it once again. Yeah, just straight on, and Gomez cross-batted shot. Maybe he was expecting it to turn a bit more. Covers this one nicely.
So real examination here. 92 for 3 at the end of the over. Another one from Gangu that is spot on. So Gomez remains on 20. Webster remains on 6. And the last man out was Vikash Mohan for a well-played 38.
Let me see, former Trinidad and Tobago and the 19th skipper. Joshua Davis. Not in the playing 11 today, but we'll be glad to be around a game of this magnitude. Shows him that he's not far off.
Yeah, he misses out. Jordan Warner also misses out of the final 11, and Abdul Rahim Toppin.
Good to see these youngsters at this. So that's a good delivery from Manic.
A little bit of inside edge.
Yeah, has to be. I see Tion Webster taking a look at it. Let's look at it once more. Definitely. And he's a bit lucky. Could have been an inside edge onto the stumps, but he hit his pad.
One time?
Same kid Joseph at mid-off. Manic has been excellent since coming back into the attack from this northern end.
Yeah, he and Racha sharing the load. And that's well played. That's hit hard. That's going to be 4 runs.
Fantastic effort there from Tilton, but I don't think he was ever really in play there. Let's look at it once again.
If you're going, go hard. Even if it's in the air, it's going to take some catching.
I don't think Manic would mind that too much though. It wasn't a horrible delivery, just maybe a bit too wide, but you would appreciate the fact that Tion Webster's looking to play shots.
Yeah, Webster's one of those cricketers who can score quickly when he wants to. If he has to consolidate, he will consolidate, but he does have the ability to really change gears quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the situation of this North innings, there's no real need for him to come out here and be ultra defensive or ultra aggressive. In fact, he could just come out and take a look at it. The wicket is pretty flat, no real demons. And there's 4 more to his name.
Yeah, that one hit the inside, the under edge, and it went down to the left of the keeper. That ball started way outside the off stump, and with the edge, it hit the edge and it deviated past the keeper to his left. A diving effort from Williams, all in vain, and that's 4 more.
There's a good old saying called, and it goes something like, fortune favors the brave. And it's been like that for Tion Webster in this over so far.
Yeah, he was playing well away from his body on that occasion.
Two boundaries now back to back. Webster on a run about 14. Coming on a flat wicket and looking to play his shots. But what I like about him is that if he gets a good ball, he's not going to try to force anything either. Just like got a better delivery on this occasion and just opening the face down to a point. Not trying to force anything that isn't really there.
It's just good, sensible batting. You know, you don't want to, as I say, poke the bear too much. That's better. This time he's right in behind it.
Manikin says 11th over now.
Certainly an opportunity here for Webster to, I suppose, put his head down and get a big score. You know, in fact, anybody who comes to the wicket now must be thinking of a 50, possibly even 100, because that has to be the mindset. And remember, in the 50 over there, they incentivize fast scoring. And if you could get in the power play, if you could get up to a certain number of runs, you get here's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Down the leg side they go, but Webster immediately indicates that it brushed the pad, a strike pad or something, taken by the keeper, though. Good take down the leg side. The 100 is on the board. It's 100 for 3.
You can see that it came off the tie pad there. I think Daniel Williams was celebrating just to maybe convince the umpire that it was otherwise.
Yeah, so it is an interesting period here where South got the big wicket. Now they're trying to kick on. However, the North batsmen not cooperating just yet.
And there's going to be a change in bowling as well from the southern end. Gangu is going to be replaced by Satran Rambaran, the off spinner, which is interesting because you've got two right-handed batsmen out there, and you're going to go with the off spinner who usually turns the ball into the right-handers.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
So an opportunity here for the youngster to probably wheel his hand over Shatrugan Rambaran. Somebody's hands. Because you have no control over it. There's the element of surprise. And then there's the lack of timing.
So he's in now to Webster, 14 of 17 for Tion Webster so far. The score now 101 for 3. Well, that slip C for Scooper. They've taken out Turton from short leg now and they've sent him out to deep mid wicket after that full toss. So they've got 4 fielders on the boundary.
It's like you're trying to protect from bad bowling.
So Captain Jit Gully opting for that in and out field. So they've got full on wide this time. But they've got a deep cover. That's Manik out there. They've got a deep. In fact, that's Ratcha. They've got Manik out at deep square. Turton at deep mid wicket. And a long on as well. And the Tion Webster sweeps well, but straight to Justin Manik down at square leg, and they pick up a single.
But that's not the line that you want to see being bowled. Yeah, Rambaran has to try and figure out what is best for the team right now.
Much better.
Well, he's certainly giving the ball some generous flight here now. Let's see if he continues.
Hey! Keep going, keep going. Keep going, Sat. Keep going, Sat. Keep going and finish you over well.
So nice ring. There's a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Plus, there's a man on the point boundary. Those are the outriders.
Hey!
So that completes the over, and at the end of it is 102 for 3 now, with Webster on 15 and Gomez on 21. This partnership has so far produced 22 runs.
So it looks like a change in ends for Justin Gangu. He's going to come in now from the northern end, replacing Manik.
I was getting some bounce just outside the off stump from that end, from this bowling from the southern end.
Well, I wonder what's the thought process behind this, because he did bowl well from that end. I'd like to see if they continue with Rambaran on that side, or if maybe they go back to one of the fast bowlers from that end now. It'll be interesting to see if that was just over to change ends.
Because Ratcha didn't have much of a break. He was only just stopped bowling. Not that he's bowled, an inordinate number of overs in the day already.
Yeah, just the 10 overs for Ratcha, 11 for Manik. They've done the bulk of the work. Gangu's now into his 11th as well. And other than that, Jade Kohli bowled a few. Jason Mohammed 1 and Rambaran 1.
Again, Gangu dropping on a good length, good line.
He started off right on spot on this end as well, and we're also looking to go down the track. And Gangu saw him come in and push it a bit wider. Got that inside edge past Tilton. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, he was trying to use his feet quickly.
Cut away from Gomez and Sal.
Yeah, they probably will have to show us that again because that one clearly just went right through the gate. How that missed the stumps, I don't know. But it's 109 for 3 at the end of it. North wouldn't mind much.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
It is going to be Rambaran to continue, so he's going to be given a spell here, it seems like. Jid Guli, the skipper. Not seen too much of Jid Guli in this captaincy role. There we see Andrew Rambaran's both his sisters, Christina and Alyssa. He might be into bat soon.
Slip out back.
Yeah, I think since Webster has arrived at the crease, he's been very positive, and he's probably just putting a little pressure on the bowlers here now to get it right, and on Jid Guli to get his field placing right. Now, this is an interesting field. There's a slip on a forward short leg. Then there's a third man, almost a deep backward point, but he's bringing him up from the boundary now.
And to me, with the field he's got here, he's got the ball straight. And I just try to attack
straight
stumps.
at all.
And he's bowled him, Satran Rambaran, proving everyone wrong here. He's picked up the big wicket of Tion Webster, beaten all ends up through the gates, and that is the fall of the 4th wicket.
He bowled him neck and crop. He probably played down the wrong line because it was really a delivery just nicely floated there, and it just went right past the outside edge. He played for 2 and there was none, and it just clipped the stump, took the bail off, and that is the end of Webster for 16. It's 109 for 4 now.
And in at number 6 is just that young man that I just spoke about, coming off his first Super 50 competition, Andrew Rambaran, the young Trinidad and Tobago under 19 player, would have captained the West Indies under 15 team back in, I believe it was 2019, and played for the West Indies Academy just recently in the recently concluded Super 50. So he is a man that has been in form, he's been doing well, and he's finally getting his opportunity. He would have played in the North-South last year, and his second bite at the cherry now.
Well, another great opportunity for him to come in and get his feet wet here now, try and get moving. But what a breakthrough that is for Jid Guli. He persisted with Rambaran.
It's not the bowler that you thought would have given you that breakthrough, and it usually is that bowler who gives you the breakthrough. Rambaran he's no slouch with the ball, don't get me wrong, but he's more recognized for his batting. Does have the ability to bowl a few, as we've just seen. That was a good delivery. I think Webster, as you rightfully said, played down the wrong line, played for some turn, and was beaten all ends up. But here he is to the left-handed Andrew Rambaran. and edging, but past the man at slip, and it's
He got into position nicely. Could see him using his feet to get outside the off stump, and then waited for the ball and cut it behind down to third man, and
Come now, Jerry, if you doing that.
picked up 4 runs.
he's a special young player, and he's a player that Trinidad and Tobago have invested in from a very young age.
Hey!
Would have
You
played
see
his
that
first
one, that one, rubber run.
national under 15 team. I think he was about 11 years old or 10 years old maybe when he made the national under 15 team for the first time, and he's been on every youth team
Age group
since.
team after that. Yeah.
He played, I believe, 3 or 4 years of under 15 cricket, 3 years of under 17. He just completed his 3rd year of under 19.
Yes, Cooper.
He's one of those players that's always been around. And I think if the Ttcb and Cricket West Indies keep persisting with him, he really is a player for the future.
And they have to treat him like that. They need to give him opportunities, and he has to take those opportunities.
Hey, yes, that's right, rubber run.
He did not receive a contract for the West Indies Academy. Just missed out. A lot of people question that around social media and things of that sort, but because of a couple of injuries in the academy camp, he was called in for the Super 50. Did not play the first 2 games, and they lost those games. When he came in to play the 3rd game, I believe it was might have been against CCC. He came in and won the game for them with the bat. Scored about 40 not out when about 5 wickets fell in almost no time around him. So
In the run chase.
he's got the ability to consolidate and build an innings and really hold the team together. But anybody in Trinidad and Tobago knows Andrew Rambran. They know how destructive he can be with the bat in hand as well.
Well, we'll see if he's able to really put together a sustained effort here. He's immediately off the mark with that boundary for 4. He had another cut shot that didn't get through on that occasion, but he looks like he's in a confident mode. 1-1-3 for 4. This man Gomez has gone quiet.
South would feel like they're in for another. Gangu has bowled so well, he deserved a wicket or 2.
See the batsmen having to be very watchful because the bowlers are just doing enough. You know, they're keeping the ball on target, on the stumps. So you miss, I hit.
Gangu's another one of those players who's been playing a lot of cricket, age group cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. He'll be excited to get into the senior team setup in the coming future. He continues to do well because he can bat as well. He's a good batsman. He could field. He's a good all-round cricketer. In fact, he was known as a batsman back on the 19 level, like a genuine all-rounder. He would have batted anywhere in the top 4, and then come in and give you 10 good overs in a 50-over game. So Gomez looking to score off this one down to cover, but Cooper's there. That's one man you don't want to take any risk by in the field.
Yeah, so the score still at 113 for 4.
Gomez looking at just what we spoke about, just looking to explode a bit there, but unable to make any connection at the end of over number 40. 113 for 4. And
Again, things are tight right now. The runs are hard to come by. So batsmen have to try to consolidate here or try to blast their way out of problems. I think that is what Jit Guli wants them to do, to think of going over the top maybe.
just about an hour and a half into this session. In fact, an hour, we're approaching an hour, which is why umpire Narayan is just signaling drinks after the over. So Rambaran would just want to hold it down, not lose a wicket before the drinks break. No need to take any risk in this over.
Right.
First Rambaran to Rambaran at the moment.
Yep. S. Rambaran to
What?
A. Rambaran.
Hey, yes! Boy,
Looking for the
Sakurai,
quick single.
They'll get it too. Yep.
I thought Manik was a bit slow to get to that one. Just stuck on his feet a bit.
Hey, boy.
And Satran Ramaran not happy with that.
Yeah, it should not have been a single there, but they judged it well. It was a little bit delayed. They took their time before they decided, yes, we're going to go for it. But once they made that commitment, both men were off and running. And they beat the throw by miles, as they say.
See Ramaran calling for that fielder at deep mid wicket to come in. So he wants to build some pressure on Antonio Gomez. And this last over before the drinks break, there's a deep square leg and a long on the boundary. Other than that, everybody up inside. Gomez, an appeal for caught behind, and umpire Rajkumar not interested. Down the leg side.
Yeah, not for the first time we've seen that appeal. And on neither occasion did the umpires oblige them.
How much you want?
More wishful than anything. So we got Mohammed at slip.
Yeah.
Got, looks like Racha at backward point. Joseph at cover, Gully at mid-off. Turton at short
yes,
leg.
boy. Wait.
See for Cooper at short mid-wicket. Manik at bit of just forward of square. And it looks like Kamal Puran at long on. In fact, it's Gangu at mid-wicket there.
The man out in the deep looks like a man with a bad body odor, as they say. Nobody close to him. Nobody wants to be close to him. He's platoon out there, way in the distance.
So we're back here after the second drinks break of the day, and Justin Gangu is going to continue to Antonio Gomez, and with me is joining me, in fact, is Vinod Mamchan.
Thanks a lot, Liam. Gangu hasn't done badly. 1 for 28 of his 12, but there were some deliveries that could have gotten wickets. But Gomez, I like how Gomez has played. You know, he has really stood the test of time, so to speak. When we were thinking he's back and cutting well here. That's 4.
Yeah, a poor delivery to start the over, really, from Justin Gangu just after the break, and Antonio Gomez was all over it.
Gangu would know a lot about Gomez. They would have played for a number of years for South, and Southeast. But Gomez is now playing for North in this classic because they want to have a look at him in terms of him being a wicket keeper. So that should tell Gomez something, that if he does well here.
Changing the field now, Gully bringing up Sifa Scooper. Not completely though. Pushing that land. Joseph couldn't dive but unable to get it in, and 2 more to the total. So Gomez has come out and he's looking very positive. 6 of 2. He moves on down to 29. Batsman playing down the wrong line today, and Justin Gangu finally gets the wicket that he deserves.
South will be very happy with that. 120 for 5 now.
It was beaten all ends up again, and Justin Gangu has been persisting all day. He's been a bit unlucky at times, and a dejected Antonio Gomez leaves the field of play. And got a good start. He did all the hard work, got unable to carry on. And I think we're due for some fireworks now, because the big man from Tobago, Joshua James, he is in at number 7. Surprised to see him ahead of Govaya. Thought it would have been either him or Govaya, 7 and 8. But James, fresh off the Super 50 with Trinidad and Tobago. He's in now to bat with Andrew Amran.
But one would hope that there are no fireworks too early, because you want to see James adapt himself to the task at hand and play a long innings here. This is what his team would require of him.
I think the way he plays is that if he gets a bad ball, you can expect it to be picked up from the car park. But other than that, he's going to be responsible. He doesn't go after each and every delivery. But once he gets that bad ball, you know that he's going to go to the line of it and try to get it out of the park. He's a big, strong guy. And you know, when you play against Joshua James, you just get the feeling that no ground in the world is big enough to bowl to him. But he's got a job to do, as you rightfully said.
Ooh, he was right back on his thumbs there. Good eyesight. This difficult little period that I spoke to Ruskin about, where
it's 120 for 5, and it seems like it's going to be Ramran to continue. I don't see why not. And
he
yeah,
seems to be the man with the golden arm.
3 overs, 1 for 7. As you can see him there, it looks like a wedding picture. And he has.
Yeah. Wait,
Just taking his time, setting his field. They know that Rembrandt will go after those deliveries just outside the off stump, because he's looking to punish them through the offside. So they have 2 slips in position off the back foot.
It's very good off the back foot, Ramaran, but it's led to his demise. I remember just last year, across in St. Vincent when we were on 19 national team. It caused him some problems. He was always going back on his back foot to the spinners and getting out LBW. He needs to be careful. He knows it's one of his weaknesses that he's been working on. And even like right before we left, it was something that the coaches were echoing to him that you've got to be better at going forward to the spinners. Always had the tendency to go back.
Keep going, son.
He's doing a good job so far.
He's got a long way to go, and I think he definitely wanna take it in small doses. Maybe just get to tee and then see where it goes. Pulled away, and that is gone. One bounce, two bounces into the boundary for four. Andrew Rambaran gets another boundary.
Well, he was quick to pounce on that. But short. There he is, off the back foot. Lovely shot.
He's a short guy. He doesn't like to admit it, but he's a short guy, so he gets under those balls easily. He's able to pick up the length quite easily and quite quickly as well. Probably one of the tallest guys around in cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, and one of the shortest in Andrew Rambaran.
So we like to see their mid-pitch conference. And Becky Joseph working on that ball.
He's another one of those players who swears he's tall. He's only tall next to Joshua Davis.
Gangu.
Nicely forward this time from James, and you could tell that maybe he had a conversation with Andrew Rambaran about those three deliveries that he went back to in the last over. Now a change in the field. The man from square leg comes into a short cover, so Jid Gully piling on the pressure on James here early on. They want to put that new batsman under as much pressure as possible. Playing away from his body there was James. Look at the field. There's a lot of acreage on that leg side. But Gangu's been so disciplined in his bowling today. Another good delivery. So I made an over for Justin Gangu. 44 done. 124 for 5. Adrian Ratcher, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 11 in 10 overs. And a wicket apiece for Manik, Gangu and Rambaran.
Left-hander.
4 overs, 1 for 11 for Satran Rambaran. Joseph heading back into second slip. So they're persisting with that plan for Andrew Rambaran. 2 slips, a backward point, cover point, short cover, and a mid-off. All on the offside. On the leg side, just the 2 fielders, Jid Gully at wider short mid-on, and a man down at deep backward square. Cut away again from Rambaran. He's favoured that shot straight to Gangu.
Yeah, he's trying to see. He knows that if he passes the inner circle, the ball will speed away for 4 because it's a pretty quick outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Rambaran. Nothing to change. Right on the money. Soft
Bowled again, at this time Andrew Rambran was equal to the task. A beautiful drive, and it's into the boundary for 4.
That's an excellent shot indeed. So Rambran gained a lot of confidence with that shot. Not fighting back here. It's 129 for 5.
And a poor delivery this time from Rambram, but there's a fielder down there. It's Ratcha down at deep backward square. Rambram gets 1.
I think at this point in time, Gully, if Rambran doesn't take a wicket here, I think Gully may well think about bringing back one of the fast bowlers from the southern end. Although both fast bowlers seems to be favouring the northern end.
On the back foot, James, and it's just not really playing a shot there. They seem to let it hit him. Like one delivery to go now in over number 45. And the G appeal for LBW definitely going down leg. So at the end of over 40 or number 45, 130 for 5. Joshua James yet to get off the mark. Andrew Rambran on 15. And it is going to be Gangu to continue. Good delivery. Right on spot. First delivery he's bowled to Andrew Rambran today. It's going over the wicket. Tend to see a lot of left-hand orthodox bowlers go round the wicket to left-handed batsmen, but Gangu choosing traditionally to go over. And Rambran sweeps, but straight to Satran Rambran.
Yep. So I think to get it fine. Connected too well there, Andrew Rambran. Had he gotten that fine, he would have gotten runs.
It's a sweet time off the cricket ball. He's someone a bit shorter and can't beat Kamil Puran at short mid wicket. On the back foot again and looking for the single down to Manik, but Joshua James was waiting on a response, didn't get any. 2 deliveries left in the over now. It's been good from Gangu today. He's really put in a shift. Driving and brilliant effort from looks like Jason Mohammed at cover with MBK Joseph has pulled it in, and Rambran gets 2 more, but he's looked so good so far.
Yeah, Rambran has looked good. You know, he has shown a lot of confidence in his stroke play, just like that. Treading this one through.
Good bit of work from Mohammed as well to get a hand to it and made it easier for Joseph in the end to stop it. And dot ball to end. So another good over completed from Gangu. 1 for 36 now. 15 overs completed of his spell. And it seems like it's going to be to see the game. To see Cephas make his debut. Was against Barbados back in 2020.
Keep going
And
there, boys.
flash forward now, 5 years later, 2025. He's still in and around, knocking on the doors.
Hey, yes. Yes, son. Yes, son. Yes, son. Love that, son. Brilliant bowling.
There's Rambaran again.
Catch it.
James once again favoring to go on the back foot to the spinners. Still yet to get over the mark. And
Is it 14 deliveries?
Don't need to try a thing here, boys.
Nothing wrong with that. It's early days yet. James knows that there are vacancies on the Trinidad and Tobago team, so he want to be the fast bowling all-rounder.
Keep going, Sachan. It's good stuff from you, bro. Really good stuff.
I think if Trinidad and Tobago had to go with, let's say, three fast bowlers in that first game, or two fast bowlers on an all-rounder, and that's James off the mark with an outside edge. And he wants to.
That's good running. That's good aggressive running there by James.
Yeah, I think if you look at, as we spoke about earlier, experience at this level, you look at Joshua James and say, well, this is someone who we should be investing in. Cricket West Indies have put an investment into him as well. And then you look at Tion Webster as your all-rounder. Tion Webster's got a 5-wicket haul at first-class level, so he's no slouch. And then maybe one more of those youngsters, and maybe Ratcher's the guy that they might lean towards.
But if they don't go for Ratcha, I think they may well look at Manik because of his seniority, his added experience.
I think Manik would have also played a first-class game for Trinidad and Tobago. It looks like Ratcher's going to take over from... Is it Ratcher or is it Manik? Manik is marking his run, and so is Ratcher. So it is going to be Ratcher. 10 overs, 11 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, he's done really well, Ratcha.
He was a bit disappointed in himself earlier this year. In fact, late last year when he would have played for Trinidad and Tobago under 19. He thought he could have done a bit better, but he knows that he's a player that has a lot of time in terms of playing under 19 cricket. I believe he still has 2 more years at that level. So he's someone that, you know, he's got an opportunity. He got a taste of it early on in his career. And it's only going to get easier for him over the next 2 years, as long as he continues to improve. And he's been knocking on this senior team door for the past year as well, so he's going to get his opportunity soon, hopefully. He's putting out a good showing of himself here. 2 steps on a gully, and he's into Andrew Rambaran, who's someone who knows him well, would have played a lot of cricket with him at under 17, under 19 level. So here is Ratcha back into the attack.
Rambaran works this nicely. Should go back for 2. Ratcha has really been good. He's been impressive today.
Ideal thing for South would be to try to get a knock in this afternoon. Ratcha looking for that Yorker again.
Bit of a misfield there by Puran. Doesn't lead to a run. See, I think what he wants to do here as well, in addition to looking for that Yorker, he wants to just angle that ball across the left-handed Rambaran. There are 2 slips and a gully waiting. We know that he can swing the ball into the right-hander, which means he can get it to leave the left-hander. Has to watch his line. That would have been a good delivery to a right-hander.
Got a bit of straightening on that one though. That one just straightened a bit when going into the keeper. So Andrew Ramran would know he will have to look for that one as well. 19 of 26. He's looked good so far. He's timing the ball so well. Look at that again. Beats the fielder at cover. And Jason Mohammed pulls it in. They get 2. But he just seems to be middling everything out there.
Timing was impeccable there. Just pushed at it. And it sped off the bat. Don't know if he bats with a heavy bat, Rambaran.
Good old Jason Mohammed having to chase that one. Racha is now opted to go around the wicket. Good delivery again, but Ramaran not bothered.
It's quickly going on to 21 of 28. With his team under pressure, that is the class of the man.
He's a top player. I mentioned earlier, he's definitely one for the future. Just needs some time and investment. Driving and beats everyone. Joseph is going to give chase. It's going to be a close one. And it's been a class inning so far.
Well, Liam, we want to thank you for being with us for the last period, and Ruskin Mark will be coming to replace you as your good friend Andrew Rambaran continues to dominate here. 23 of 29. It's going to be Satrahan Rambaran to bowl from the southern end. Satrahan Rambaran has been given an extended bowl here. 7 on the trot it will now be.
But he has been bowling well.
Gets one to make some height a bit. But James was nicely forward. Does some gardening now.
Because the thing is, he hasn't been spinning the ball much, but his line has been pretty good. He's kept the batsmen guessing a little bit.
Driving. Goalie fumbles it there, and he's down the track with a chance to run out, but he gets back in.
What did they always say? Don't run on a misfield.
Yep, it was his call though, because the ball was in front of him. It would have been in, to the back of Rambaran. But Rambaran sent him back. Yes, you're quite right. There's the old adage where you don't run on a misfield. Swiveling, pulling. This will find its way into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, gift, a real gift there. It was short, badly lined, and of course James, his eyes probably open up like the airport in Tobago, and put it away quite nicely.
Well, speaking about the young fast bowlers coming through, this young Jason Agard was a bit surprised that he was not included in the South team. I know that he has been doing some work at the National Cricket Centre. He's fit and raring to go. The left arm seamer would have played alongside guys like Liam Amchan for the Trinidad being on the 19 team. So hopefully Jason Agard could get a look in soon, just to give him the opportunity to show what he can do at this level.
A bit of turn there this time. He actually got one to turn.
A big turn there. floating it up, pushing forward.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 144 for 5 now, and in a lot of ways, this middle session belonged to South because they've been able to pick up 3 wickets so far, and they haven't really been bleeding that many runs just yet. But to his credit, young Rambaran has really looked the part, and he's quickly on to 23 here now. And James, by contrast, is on 6, and he is really, I don't want to say he's struggling, but he's been kept quiet. He's kind of dropped anchor there, and hasn't really been able to get out of that mode just yet.
I see no problem with that. As I said before, Ruskin, this is only the opening day, and I think that there's so much to play for. Rambaran playing away from his body a bit, gets it down to backward point. Racha, I was speaking about Jason Agar just now, another presentation college player, and Jason has been coming through the ranks, was a leading fast bowler for TNT at the under 19 level. And he's left-handed. I don't know how much of Agar Ruskin, you would have seen him.
I've seen him, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's one to also look forward to for the future.
That's a peach of a delivery. That one pitched and just took off. Every so often he gets one of those deliveries to do something like that.
Yeah, Rambaran was struck on the pad. He was struck high up. Yeah.
But onto pad.
Good pace. It's a short run, but it's very explosive. Edged through the slips into the boundary for 4.
And, we were talking about this earlier. You want to organize a slip in such a way that there are no gaps in there. Now, they put look at where Gully is. He's more of a second slip. And the man at Gully is, he's at Gully. So essentially it's 2 slips, second slip and a Gully.
Yeah, you're right. There's a second slip and a Gully. But in the last over, when Racha came back home, there were 2 slips.
2 slips.
I think this is why Gully threw his hat away, because he knew that he had made an error by removing that second slip. Rambaran would have been back in the pavilion.
Well, either you adjust the Gully, bring him closer to more of a orthodox second slip, or bring him as a third slip, but you can see them, they're like in no man's land, and
no,
neither
both men
they're kind of like
are in no man's land. I think we have a second slip and a 5th slip. Worked away behind square. Spoil Racha has been impressive today.
Yeah, they have to now try to drive home the advantage South. You don't want the North batsmen to just come and keep you out, because remember, these bowlers are bowling now, although it's cooler. No, they're still logging miles, if you know what I mean. So you want to try to get rid of these last 5 batsmen as quickly as possible.
Slow delivery.
Yeah, James looks slightly out of sorts. He just doesn't seem as if he's comfortable.
He just needs to work through this difficult period here, James.
Yeah, because he just seems, now they're adding they had 1 slip and a Gully. Now they've put 3 slips
and a Gully
in there, and but look at how bunched up they are now. So they probably now need to give themselves a little more room here and cover a little more ground. But let's see what they do. And there's a loud appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. But James living dangerously here. Yeah, going outside leg. Johnson going down the leg side.
Raja continues to create problems here.
149 for 5 now at the end of the over. 50 overs completed. So we have 40 overs remaining in the day. And again, because it's a day-night game, we started at 2 o'clock. So we just passed the halfway point a little while ago. So Rambaran batted well for his 28 from 33. James, by contrast, is on 6, but from 25 deliveries. So this has been a real crawl for him, which is, as they say, out of character, but it's also showing a bit of maturity on his part, an understanding of what the situation requires. And so you play the situation. I think that's what he's doing quite nicely here. He's just offering support, all the while probably setting himself up for an explosion later on. We'll see. Here's a short ball that is punched away nicely. But just a single to Rambaran. So he goes to 29 now. And Joshua James, the big hitter from Tobago, who has been very circumspect, as they say, in this inning so far.
I think I think you're quite right in saying that he's a bit out of sorts. But this is when, and this is the time. This is like a practice match as well, as you alluded to early on in the day. So what you need to do is to just
Give
work
yourself
through.
a chance.
Yeah,
Give
work
yourself
through
a
the
chance.
difficult. Yeah, there are gritty runs that you can also make.
Again, he's getting a short ball, but he still can't do anything. And quite often that happens to batsmen. They get into such a defensive mood that even when the bad ball comes along, sometimes they're unable to take full advantage. He got a short one there, but he couldn't punch it into the gap. This time he's watchful. And again, this is good bowling. Again from Shatrughn, Rambaran. It says S. Rambaran bowling to A. Rambaran.
This time he's pushing out. Has to be careful.
Not to the pitch there. Just still went through with it, but kind of check drive there.
Cooper is there for that uppish push.
Had to be watchful there. A little quicker. Kept a bit low as well.
I think these two, what they need to do here, Ruskin, is to bat time at least. Rambaran is not going to bat time. He's in good nick. But I think what James should do is the bat time. You know, set himself a target. He's going to get runs here. He's back deep in his crease.
Get a couple easily.
And probably tell himself, look, let me get the tee. And then I take it from there.
And assess the situation and see where we are. The thing is that I don't think North wants to lose any more wickets before the break. That's like the first goal that they have. And then after the tea interval, they would probably want to try to push on as much as possible after that, with James, again, probably just finding his range a little bit better, and without going, berserk trying to hit the ball out to the ground. But he could still, rotate the strike by picking up singles, maybe twos like we just saw there, pick up a couple here, a couple there, and before you blink, he's into the 30s, and then, he's perspiring a little bit, he's feeling good about himself. And then he could bring out the long handle.
It's well played by Ramburan. Nice.
You know, we would have seen a lot of these players at secondary school, playing for their respective schools. You know, and even from there, you could have seen, you know, quality in most of them. So what you're seeing now is just a little bit more polish coming on. They're not the finished product by any stretch of the imagination, but you're seeing signs, you know, that they know what they're doing. Their hard work is paying off. But the hard work doesn't stop. It's a ongoing process.
Driving beautifully through the offside. That's 4. Not a man move. Not even a nuts man.
Well, the only thing is he spoiled that by running. Yeah, from the moment he played that, he placed it so well into the gap that neither one of the fielders there, the man at mid-off, he gave up the chase. From the time he turned, he realized there's no way I'm cutting that off. It had pace, and it was so well placed. As we say, equidistant between that short extra cover and the mid-off fielder. And 4 runs.
It was a beautiful shot indeed.
4 good-looking runs, as we say.
Yep.
And Racha, 2 for 26.
Ever so often, Racha will give you that over-pitch delivery as he's doing here again. Because Racha, as you said earlier, you spotted it. He's pitching the ball up. He's allowing it a lot of air because he wants to have the best chance of getting the ball to swing. So at times he's going to give you that half volley that you can deal with. And Ramburan dealt with it beautifully then.
Well, now that it's a lot cooler, who knows? He might get a little reverse if it's possible. If it's there, he might find it because he is giving the ball a chance to do something in the air. This time a little bit shorter, but dealt with quite nicely by Ramburan. And he quickly completes another single, so he's up to 34 now.
Ramburan, one of those players, a standout performer for Trinidad and Tobago on the under-19 level. As the best of the under-19 players in the last round that they would have played under-19 cricket, where he was involved. I think that was 2023. I was very surprised that he was not included in the academy setup. Oh, that's powerfully struck.
That's more like it, you know, and that has to be the worrying thing for Gooley, because if James gets going, you know, the scoreboard could tick over very quickly.
Yeah, majestic, that shot.
That takes it into the 60s now, 161 now for the loss of 5 wickets. After 52 overs.
All of a sudden he rifles on to 12 after struggling, having 16 deliveries to get off the mark.
27 delivery, up to 27, he was on 6.
Yep.
You know.
So what we're seeing here,
He's double his
15 to
scores.
get off the mark. So basically he has 12 of 16.
Yep.
Ramburan is going at nuts as well, 34 of 39. So I take your point. Players like Joshua James, they can take a match away from you. On a pitch where South will be batting last, you want to restrict North to as meager first innings total as possible.
My thing is too, Vinod, one of the North batsmen must think of a 100, of a big score, a really big score, you know, and because I would feel a score in anything under 300 may not be satisfactory, because the wicket is so good, you know, it's such a good wicket.
Well, let's see how Ramburan goes. The field is a bit relaxed. The second slipper's gone away.
Hey, yes, boy. Hey, yes, boy.
Short, pulled away.
Beautifully done. That's gone all the way. That's 6 runs.
Well, that's the man himself, Rambo. Quick shot.
spend time. They both look in good nick. And they just need to keep going. Here's an appeal, but it's going to run down to fine leg. And they just get to the boundary as well. So 4 more to Rambaran. So he's beginning to show his all-round capabilities. We haven't seen that sweep shot before. And 4 runs. Well, listen, probably didn't hit it as well as he would like. He tugged it more than anything else to fine leg. And giving Racha no chance.
So Rambaran just has to not get carried away now. He just has to bat each ball on its merit. There's 10 minutes to go. The tea time, Ruskin.
Yep, he's up to 44 now. So, and you know, there are many ways, as they say, to achieve your goal. You could do it over by over, session by session, however you choose to do it. The key is to set the goal and then kind of work away, chip away at it until you get there. The end of the over, 171 for 5 now after 53 overs. You know, and this pair have been doing well. They came together at 121, so they've added 50. So it's 171 now for the loss of the same 5 wickets. And they've added 50, and we still haven't seen James really unload, as we say, so far. And so if they could add 50 and he's
from the northern end, it's now 171 for 5. All of a sudden, a 50-run partnership between Rambaran and James has brought North right back into the contest. Remember, Ruskin, they were 121 for 5.
And they looked in danger of being blown away.
Credit to James as well in this partnership. You know, he was struggling early on, just not finding his feet, but he has stuck it out. And this is what you want to see. James fighting. He would have spent a year playing for the academy in different tournaments. The West Indies Academy played in the Regional 4-day last year for them as well.
Going to get a single here, and this is good cricket because you rotate the strike, because everybody is expecting him to come out blazing. He hasn't done that, but he even though he's dropped anchor, he still has to figure out how to manipulate the field a little bit, rotate the strike, and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And that's more like it. There are big gaps in the field there. Just place the ball and run. Because I often tell people, if you're going to play a defensive shot, here, especially on the back foot, even though you put the full face of the bat to hit the ball, after you bat in for a while, you could just open the face and manipulate the field a little bit and get runs after initially just playing it with the full face.
Rambaran has to be careful. He's pushing away from his body on that occasion, not in control. So he's eyeing a half century.
Early. Yeah, he's out in front very early.
That shot reminded me of when his mom Cheryl cooks. Normally Andrew's out front early.
Yep.
In the kitchen.
First in line. That's a good stop there. Almost got past him. And had it done so, it might have gone close to the boundary at third man.
Now, what Rambaran doesn't want to do here is he has to be careful. You don't want to lose your wicket to a part-timer.
Well,
No. Puran.
Yeah, that's more like it. If you're not going to hit it, then don't worry. Let it go. You wait for the next ball. That's the thing with cricket. In a lot of ways, you play cricket like you play basketball. It's 174 for 5 at the end of the over. And that's one of the things I admire about basketball players. You could get dunked on, there's nothing you could do about it.
Yeah.
You know, just have to
Yeah.
pick yourself up and
And
go
go again.
for the next play, because now you could dunk on somebody at the other end. You know, and so you have to have, as they say, short memory. You know, you probably don't forget it, but there's not much you could do about it at that moment, other than just play, and go back to the game plan that you have. And this is what batting is all about. A bowler might bowl a pitch of a delivery, and it beats you all end up. The good thing is you're still there, and you just have to now forget that and just keep playing as if nothing happened. But in the back of your mind, he can produce, those, devious deliveries that could beat you all ends up. But at the same time, he's not going to do that every delivery. So you just play what you're accustomed playing, and when he produces that, hopefully the same result every time. It'll beat everybody, it'll beat everything, and you just live with that.
So my watch tells me 6:36. It means that it's possible this could be the last over. I'm not seeing a clock at the stadium, but you normally berate my very good friend Colin Everton Murray about the clock at the oval. At least there's still a clock at the oval, Ruskin.
Well, the period you're referencing, I was berating him because the clock had no arms. So it was a clock, but no clock.
Oh, my.
So I was telling him that fix the clock. That's all I asked him, and I'm happy to say that he did.
I think in 2025, it's a short. He's not timing it well. And I think this year, Mr. Murray will install the elevator for you as well.
Well, I'm hoping. But I think he needs it too. So I think so. I'm living in hope.
No comment. No comment.
I live in hope that he will do us both a favor.
And you think Anthony Hollis Gray as well is in that lineup?
Certainly. And countless others.
Oh, that's
That
the
is
man. 6 runs.
Effortless. There was no real. There's almost like no change. He just went right through with a swing at the bat, and the ball just hit the middle and just left the ground.
The boy from Wim has some class, and you're seeing it here.
So he's up to 19 now from 38.
Tell you something. Liam said it early on that it could be in for some explosive batting and some explosive action this evening, and it's starting to bear fruit. Partnership of 59. James has to understand that T is around the corner.
Well, they brought the long on up as if they're tempting him now. Do it again.
And it's watchful. So he's what?
Yeah, that's it.
40 deliveries.
Yep, for his 19.
And 180 for 5. Ruskin, your thoughts on the session?
Again, South would have to be the happier of the two with the 3 wickets. I remember they went to lunch at 73 for 2. They're now 180 for 5. So they've done well, and but the key is they would have been, after he picked up those 3 quick wickets, he would have been hoping that by T it would have been maybe 7 down, 8 down. Instead, it's the same 5 wickets down. It was 121 for 5. It's now 100.
Minimum 35 again, guys. 2-1. If we don't get the full 90, we can push till 9:30. I say we're doing 2 to 10, a 2 to 10 shift today, boys. 2 to 10. We push to 9:30. So let's get in overs.
Thank you very much and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for play after tea on the opening day of the Namalco North-South Classic, the final sort of trial for a number of the national cricketers. Many of them we anticipate will be wearing national colours in the not too distant future, and this is their final opportunity to address the selectors in a serious way, in a competitive environment as well. I'm Raskamark, working along with Liam Mamcham. Liam 180 for 5, but at one stage they were 121 for 5 and in dire straits.
Yeah, I think this partnership has been excellent from Rambaran and James. Obviously, James would have started off slowly and didn't get off the mark until about 16 deliveries into his innings. But I think he did what he was supposed to do at the point in time where they lost Tion Webster and Antonio Gomez in quick succession. And on the other hand of that, I thought the way that Andrew Rambaran played through.
So we have Jason Mohammed, the experience. Jason Mohammed coming back into the attack. He just bowled a couple overs before, just a 1 over rather, and it cost him 6 runs. But he does have a knack of taking wickets. He doesn't spin the ball much.
Yeah, you're right about that, and I think that's exactly why the skipper, Jed Gully, has opted to go with him, because this partnership now, 59 runs, they just seem to be getting really comfortable out there with each other, and you want a breakthrough, and Jason Mohammed is usually the guy that gives you that breakthrough.
Yeah, they're going to need him to do something here. That's very well played again. Just going on the back foot this time, waiting to see if there's any spin, but there's none. It just kind of followed him with the arm.
Moves on to 47, closing in on the first half century that we would
Of the
see.
match, yep.
Vikas Mohan had a good showing earlier on of the 8th, but he couldn't carry on to that half century. Joshua James, on the other hand, he's done a good job so far.
And you also have to say a word for Joshua James. He's kind of out of character here, but every so often he just unloads. And when he hits it, as we say, it stays hit. So he's cleared the fence with consummate ease. The question is, what mood is he in now after the break?
And I think it depends on what that tee was. As he strokes this one down the ground for a single.
No, because he's a big, powerful man, and if he just kind of changes his whole mindset in the sense that I don't have to hit the long ball every time, but I could, just rotate strike as much as possible and just get his adrenaline going. That could be an ominous sign, good and bad. Ominous for North, but an even ominous in a negative way for South.
It's like he's going to go into short leg. And bowling from the southern end, it seems like Kamil Puran.
Yep, he did bowl from the top end earlier. And the interesting thing is he didn't bowl too badly. We were making the point that you don't want to get out to the part-timer, so to speak. But he kind of made things interesting. We anticipated he would have bowled a couple loose balls here and there. But in the main, I thought his line was good. and the batsman treated him accordingly, with the kind of respect that those deliveries deserve. What was good for him is that he attacked the stumps. You know, he wasn't, way outside the off stump or way down the leg side, at least not consistently that way, to allow the batsman to just free their arms.
I think that's what you want from your part-timer as well. You just want them to come in and do a job. And that job is to see if you could pick up a wicket, bowl as straight as possible, attack the stumps, attack the front pad, and see what could happen as he's into bowl to James here. And he's edging.
Now here it goes again, not for the first time. We were saying this earlier, and even when Vin was on, and I was just about to point that out to you. This happened just before the tea break. And it was Rambaran who was playing, and the ball went between the slip, who was then in a second slip position, or between first and second, and the man who's between third and fourth slip. It went between them. Now, the over before that, they had a second slip, and they pulled him out. Here we are again, and, and when you're like that, you know what happens? The wicketkeeper not sure if he's going, and the first slip definitely isn't going because he has to go to his left, and it's not the ideal situation.
Some welcome runs for Joshua James.
Yep.
And this one moves on to 186. So, yeah, you mentioned that several times a day, and it's something that I think Jed Gooley needs to realize quicker. It's either you go with
just put two slips. Yeah, put two slips, and which is good to see because at least he's bending his back here.
That should be runs again, and it's going to be 4 of them. Leg by should be the signal, and it is. Some runs leaking here early on in this final session.
Yeah, but you know what? That's 8 runs already in this over, So in the general context, that's expensive. But if you look at the over in totality, remember the one that went for 4 that went off the edge, and this one was on the pads, a little bit he strayed there. But in between those two deliveries, he still produced another good delivery after the edge.
Down the leg side again, but this time Manik is going to come around at fine leg and get it back in. So James now moves on to 25 and Ramran 47.
I think Joshua James must be looking at this. He look up at the scope and he say, boy, I reached 25. I ain't really do anything yet, and that's what he must be thinking, if I could just stick around here for a while, bat through to the D. Even if he doesn't get to 100, by the end of the day, within the next 2 hours, he could have 70, easily 80 runs, eyeing 100, and that's without taking undue risks.
I think ideally for these two, if they can get to the end of play together, the score could be anywhere around that 280, 275, 280 for 5 wickets. You go into the morning session tomorrow and you're in full control of this game. So if Ramran and James could just try to see their way to the end of the day, I'm not saying just stick around and defend and survive.
Spells, they bowled 4 overs here, they came back and they bowled another 3 there, and they came back again, they bowled another 3 there, and they came back again and bowled another 3 or so there. So they've been putting in work, and now the captain is probably going to ask them to do it one more time, before the day's play is out. James on the back foot again. Still his timing is off. He was really looking to hammer that one, and he just he really hasn't been able to break those shackles just yet.
And he's been reluctant to go on the front foot as well, and most times when playing the spinners he's gone back and looked to push the ball away, and he needs to be careful because a ball like that, he was well forward to that one, so played well, but needs to do that a little bit more often. It might be a bit easier for him to score as well.
And when you could tell sometimes when a batsman isn't really sure how the ball is going to move or turn. And this is a good delivery right up to him, almost yorked him there. Look at where he plays the ball. He's putting the bat in front the pad. So the pad is here and the bat is way out in front a lot of times. The better thing for him to do, I would imagine, is to play the ball. Here he is on the back foot again. Is to play the ball alongside the pad. Because the leg gets you into position and then you just bring the bat into play. But because he's not sure, he's putting the foot and then just kind of hoping that the ball finds the bat.
On the back foot once again, he needs to be careful. He's done all the hard work, Joshua James. He's been out there for a while. 51 deliveries now. He's on 25, and it's an out of character innings as we said earlier for Joshua James. But
I didn't realize he bowled 17 overs already.
he's been going through his overs nice and quick.
And he's bowled very well. And again, with a little bit more luck, he could have had a couple more wickets. You never know. And but as I say, that's a game. Sometimes it's a grind more than anything else that makes you realize, that allows you to put in the work or forces you to put in the work. And another day he might as well, and he has 4 or 5 wickets.
He's been a bit unlucky,
Yep,
as you said. A couple of balls that just beat everyone. There was that one I remember of, I think it was either Gomez or Moan. Where Gomez or whoever it was, they went forward and that ball beat everybody, including the wicketkeeper pass. Just
I think it was
outside the
Webster.
stump. Oh, it might have been Tion Webster, yep.
Yeah, so here we go again, bowling from around the wicket this time, trying to mix up the angles here for Rambaran. Rambaran is on 47. He's been there for a little while since after tea. He's been taking his time. He went to tea on 46. He's added just a 1 run since the resumption of play. Kamil Puran coming into him, just getting the ball to angle in a little bit. And so Kamil Puran really putting his hands up here, really doing a job for his captain. I think in the main, I think all of the South bowlers have done a reasonably good job.
Yeah, I think for the most part they've done well. They've not really given up anything too. I think Manik in his first spell struggled a bit, and after that he's been excellent. Racha has not put a foot wrong today so far. And even Jason Mohammed in those couple over. And a well-deserved 54, the young man who has been knocking on the doors of selection for the longest time.
Yeah, this is a quality innings, and he came in at a time when the team was wobbling. He started positively, we must say. He struck a couple lusty blows. I think he got off the mark with a cut shot, and he's just built from there. He's gone from strength to strength after that. Can he kick on now? Kamil Puran keeping him disciplined, bowling on the stumps as much as possible. Yeah, they've tightened up in the slip quarter now. You can look at it.
Someone is listening to you out there.
First
with an
and second
earpiece
slip.
on.
Yep. So it's the end of the over. Should be 195 now, shouldn't
Yeah,
it?
it should
Yep,
be 195. I think
it was
the-
195 for 5, yep. So it's 195 for 5. Ambrane is on 51 and James is on 25. And these two have, added 74 now for this partnership. So this has been a good innings, a good partnership on their part. And really it's an exercise in contrast. One man has been, who is normally the dasher, is very slow, very sedate almost. And the man at the other end is a real delight in this innings.
Yeah, he's been a beacon of light for.
But that's his that's his mode of operation. When he's in good nick, he just comes onto that front foot, and everything just goes sailing away.
Well, it's funny, it's an innings like this that he's going to play here that might get him into form. He's probably been
Right.
out of form because you could see he's not middling the ball, he's not timing the ball as well as he usually does. It's a gritty innings like this that, maybe later on in the session when he's really feeling well and he's timing the ball well, we might see a bit of an explosion from him because once he gets on top of a bowler, it's hard for a bowler to come back at him because they're so thrown off that it becomes really difficult to. He could hit you at any part of the ground as well.
Right,
That's what
yep.
makes it hard.
And not only that, he could hit you out the ground. He's showing real restraint here. You could just see Gangu teasing him. Come down the wicket now and have a go. And he did it earlier and he hit him out the ground. Let's see if Gangu persists. Again, quick adjustment and doing well. But again, this is good cricket because the bowler knows what he wants to do. He knows he wants to kind of free himself a little bit, but the shackles are still on and he's keeping him there. Still not able to get anything from this over so far. So this has been pretty good. This is one to go in this over. So another beautiful over from Justin Gangu so far. 1 for 42. Again, is that you don't worry about the dark, if you know what I mean.
You don't have to worry about
light,
lights
yeah,
or anything like that.
So you could get in your 90 overs.
It's going to be Jake Gully, who's returning from the southern end. Gully 4 overs for 12. He came on right after the fast bowlers this morning. Well, this afternoon, in fact, and he's now back for a second spell. I thought he took a while to bring himself back on, because he did not bowl badly.
No, and I think remember we were looking at they were changing ends, so they wanted to bring was it Manic from the top end. So Gully kind of took, but he bowled like 2 overs, if I'm not mistaken. He bowled 4 overs, and then we saw Racha get a breather, and Manic came back at the top end. So here he goes now, not for 12 from his 4.
He does not want the short leg. In fact, he's going to go with just the one slip dash Jason Mohammed. Cooper is going to go at point, and then Gangu's at backward point. 2 points there, Gully. Not quite sure if the plan is to bowl wide.
And there's the slip there, and again, nicely placed. A little bit late in starting there was James, because immediately on pushing the ball, you could see Rambaran off the mark and running. He placed the ball well, so the sinker was always on. Just that James, almost like he shocked James into running that single.
But Andrew Rembrandt seems to be laser focused. He's batted so well. Score now 196 for 5. He moved on to 52 with that single. So this partnership has been probably the best we've seen today.
75 so far.
Oh,
Still continues to the spin is giving him. The spin has him in a spin. Let's just put it.
as good as he usually does, and hopefully as good as he usually does, and hopefully for him he'll be looking to play himself into form, as I said, in this innings.
Yeah, and the message must be, despite the fact that here they go again, another inside edge that's going to run to short, fine leg for a couple. Yeah, he must, I suppose what is being said to him in a way is, you're not even at your best, but look at the innings that you're playing. This is what the team needed. you're actually achieving this particular goal. Forget your personal situation, but you're still there, you're sticking it out. And again, what I don't want to see him do is just go with the head in the air and just have a swing and throw it all away. You know,
He's done all the hard work already.
stay and battle. You know, here they go again, another quick single.
Well, the good thing about this pair and running between the wickets is that Andrew Ramran is one of the quickest out there in terms of running between the wickets and just running short distances. He's very quick. We've had fitness tests a lot of times at the National Cricket Centre, and he's usually in the top 2 or 3.
What is his beep figures? What is his beep numbers?
Usually he's over 40, I think.
He's
maybe
over
like
14?
45.
Okay.
And then Joshua James takes 2 steps down and he's already on the other end, so it works out for both of them.
There
Nice
you go.
shot there, and
Yep.
that's exactly what he's been looking for. And a brilliant bit of work. In fact,
It's all in vain because it goes right through him and it goes for 4 runs.
a welcome boundary for James.
But he got to the pitch, and that's how I was telling you how you play the spin. You get the foot in line.
Usual big heave over long on for 6. It's
Yeah,
a
you didn't
beautiful-
muscle.
Usual big heave over long on for 6. It's
Yeah,
a
you didn't
beautiful
muscle it
drive.
or anything like that.
It's timing.
It just shows you that there are so many ways that he could play. Maybe it's saying that to him as well. So this might be a real sort of growing up for him as a batsman.
Especially he's young. He's just about 23, 24 years old now. You don't really
He's still
ever-
learning to bat.
you don't really ever, you always learn new things about your game. You never stop learning about your game. That's beautiful from Rambran
Yep.
again.
That too is going to run close to the boundary. He won't get there.
James
They
wants a
want
third,
the
and this
third, yeah,
is
he's going to have to
excellent.
hurry, and they do. In fact, I think they kind of caught the fieldsman off guard there because in the past they run 2, never even considered the third on the throw. This time they went for it, and the throw was, lack of power. It just kind of bounced towards the keeper.
It was a loud early call from Joshua James. He was the one who manufactured that third, and he gets on strike now. Ramran moving swiftly along, 58 of 64, and James back on the back foot now.
But you could see him really wanting to kind of cut loose here because he probably tells himself, "Look, I've been here for a while. Let me see if I could change the whole attitude of this game here, of this innings."
He's one of those players who can do that
Yep.
within a couple of deliveries.
And get it through the gap. He's only going to get a single here, but that came off the bat so much sweeter than some of the others.
You could just sense that he's leaning into it now. He's getting more comfortable. He's pushing the runs in between the wickets. Seems to be feeling a bit more confident. And well, Ramran has lost confidence from the very first ball that he hit for. Oh, here is Gangu. And yeah, you're right about that. He needs to not get to 60 or 70 and be happy with that. He needs to
you
think
have to
big
push her. Yeah.
and score big.
You know, you were talking about James. We were talking about just like 1 or 2 innings like this and how much it could do for his confidence and his whole batsmanship. All right, and I'll give you a story about Steve Waugh after this delivery.
Ramran sweeps and appeal for LBW.
Not out, says the umpire.
At first glance, it looked like he was going down leg. Let's have a look at it again. But
They're all looking at the umpire as if he's from a foreign country or something, or from a different galaxy. And the ball is going down the leg, and the angle is going to take it down the leg side. So I think if they were to see the replay, they'll concur that it was going to be beaten the leg stump. But I was telling you about Steve Waugh, and Steve Waugh was making the point that as great a career as he had, when he first started, it wasn't, it was nothing. Essentially, and he said what saved him was just like how Trinidad and Tobago is going through this period here where they have 208 for 5 at the end of the over, where they'll be missing some key players. He said that is what happened to Australia. In his case, he wasn't scoring runs, but because Border had retired, they all sort of retired at the same time. So, and then they had a couple injuries, so there was nobody pushing him. So they just left him there to kind of find his way, and he eventually did. But it just so happens that his introduction to Test cricket coincided with the dominance of the West Indies. So he felt the brunt of that, early in his career. But then he said what changed was that one day, it wasn't even 100, I think it was 91 he had scored. And he said that kind of got him going, and make him realize, he said, boy, I could play this, I know I could compete at this.
And these guys, they're at the international stage. They're not quite dominating just yet. They've shown signs
But
of
you see
being,
potential.
exactly, and they've been given the opportunity at a young age. And now,
Well, this could be a run out here. No, he's sent him back. And a little bit of yes, no there. And then eventually they were able to sort it out. That would have been criminal if one of these two were to get run out here.
I think it's the one way you don't want to get out in a Red Bull or long format game.
Yep. In a game like this where, good performances could be rewarded, with national selection. You don't want to get run out. You don't want to get run out at any time, let alone in a game like this. Let the bowler get your wicket. You don't want to give the wicket away with a run out.
Here is Gully to James, and he had a big heave at that. And not getting the connection. In fact, it might have come off the pad,
yeah.
and it did. Score moves on to 209 now. One delivery to go. Gully's over.
So these two keep building this partnership now. They're up to 88 runs. So 12 away from 100 partnership, which would be an achievement, a big achievement for them.
Here is Gully. Ran on the back foot. And a brilliant effort there from Justin Gangu. So they complete the single to end the over. The end of over number 63 is 210 for 5.
Well, certainly it's been a good partnership between these two. They continue to defy the South bowler.
Vinod Mamchan, he's in now. And Justin Gangu continues. 19 overs, 5 meters. 47 runs and the 1 wicket. He has been pretty good today. Go home feeling like he's done a hard day's work. It's his 20th now. This partnership has been so good, 89 now.
Yeah, and these two have been in there for quite some time. They're looking to push on and see how deep they can bat into this final session. Ideally, they will want to bat out the session. Rambaran is in the air here now, but it's safe. And it's going to go into the boundary now for 4. No chance for Mbeki Joseph.
Yeah, and mid-off up in the circle there was never a chance for Joseph. And Rambaran saw that, got the flight from Gangu, and played through the line of it. Went over the top, and 1 bounce into the boundary. In fact, 2 bounces into the boundary for 4. So he is now on to 63. This kid really is something special. You want to build on this and get to that 100. And knowing the type of player he is, he's not going to be happy with where he's at right now. He knows that there's a lot more time left in this game and there's a lot more runs left on this pitch for him as well. And what's special about him as well is that he's an all-rounder. You've got some bowling to get from him as well.
It's been an excellent innings here by Rambaran. Both his parents in the stands there, just supporting him.
His both sisters as well.
Yes.
Very supportive family.
Man who hails from St. Helena village in Piako.
Oh! Andrew Rambaran will consider himself lucky there that he was not in the path of that.
It's fielded by Riyad Emirates.
Joshua James with an absolute rocket.
Look at that. He was in the firing line there. Ooh.
James goes again, this time not getting the connection he wanted. It's just a single down to Racha at deep mid wicket. James motoring along now to 36. And this has been an expensive over from Gangu. We've not seen that too much. Just 10 off it already and one delivery to go.
They've been rapid, these two. Amber and 64 of just 71 deliveries.
Driving again and work for Joseph down at long off. He is a good fielder and they just pick up one. And Wicked Joseph doesn't misfield many unless I'm bowling apparently. I don't know if it's an issue he has with me, but that brings up the 100 partnership between these two as well. And at time we're in a bit of trouble at 121 for 5. They are now right back on track, 221 for 5, and these two have been excellent.
Yeah, great fight back from these two, the long and short of it. 100-run partnership.
It's interesting that you said long and short with Ramaran and James out there.
Yep. So conference being held amongst Rambaran, Guli, Jason Mohammed and Cephas Cooper. James 36, Rambaran 65.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, boys. Nice and straight pitch. Just finish on his stump. Let's finish on his
Still
stump,
in.
boys.
Michael Govaya to come.
Don't give him no room.
You look at that, you look at the batting to come. You've got Govaya, you've got Filton Williams who can bat, you've got Dexter Sween who can bat. Those guys would usually bat at the top of the order in most teams that they play with. Also Carrie Bay.
Yeah, Harry has a first class 100. That's a quicker delivery there from Guli. Let's look at that. It's playing through the line and holding the pose.
He's in red hot form at the moment, and you've got to take advantage of good form. You've got to score big when you get the chances like this, and he's really done an excellent job. He moves on now to 69. We know Jane Gully quite well, other than the fact that they've been in training for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They both hung around in the nets by your good old friend Sinat.
That's a man, Vishwanath Sinat.
That's a beautiful shot on the back foot late, and directed away from Mohammed at first slip, and he gets another boundary.
Look at that. Had he played that later, he would have played it next week. That's 4.
He moves on to 73. What a knock from Rambaran, and he's just 77 balls as well. And you heard Gary Pear talk about today is going to be the best wicket that they get out of all these 4 days probably, and they want to take full advantage of that, and you could see that Rambaran really has enjoyed batting on this track.
Cooper seems to have an issue with the ball. So to the umpire. Has Joshua James damaged the ball? So
Wouldn't be the first time I've seen that happen with Joshua James. It's so destructive.
hits the ball with violence.
Ramran calling for some gloves. James at the under 19, Ramran captain the under 15 team. And both of them were also represented the West Indies Academy at different times as well.
Showing that their time at the academy has paid good dividends.
I think the academy really has improved Joshua James' cricket, and Ramran is in. He's not quite in the the setup in terms of the training camps and stuff. He was just brought in for the Super 50 due to some injuries, but James would have been a part of it, would have played in that 4-day, regional 4-day last year with them. And I take my mind back to that first game. I believe it was in Warner Park, when actually Joshua James and Becky Joseph were batting to win the game against Leewards. They were about 5 or 6 wickets down. Joseph opened the batting and he was going along well. And then James just came in and completely took the game over. Started hitting the ball to all parts of Warner Park. And Joseph followed suit and he got a half century, I believe. Or 40 yard, I think James got a half century. So it shows that these guys are able to really take control of games. Cut away from Rambaran. He gets one. Oh, that ends a good over for the North team.
229 for 5. Should I say a very good night to Mikhail Jalim? Is he in Trinidad, Liam? I think he was chosen for the South team in the under 23.
I believe he was scared apparently to face the fast bowling of some of the other guys, so he fled the country, and he's actually in Canada hiding right now.
All-rounder Mikhail Jalim.
So with the change, I'm not sure if they ended up changing the ball actually. No real indication just yet. In fact, I don't think they have. So it's going to be Manik.
No,
In fact, it's going to be Racha.
Yep.
From the northern end, who Racha has hardly put a foot wrong today. 13 overs, 30 runs. In fact, his last 2 overs have been a bit expensive. His last 3 overs, in fact, he would have been at the point where he bowled 10 overs, he would have had 2 for 11. His last 3 overs going for just about 19. So, not a great third spell for Racha, but he's going to want to come back well here. No, not mid-on, you see on the 19, Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 player for Rizali. Very young, 18 years old, he's in the setup, and he'll be grateful for that opportunity, maybe to play in one of these games in the years coming. Jason Yegard as well, it was disappointing to not see Jason in this team. He's been knocking on the door for quite some time. He'll be looking to have a good under 23 showing as well. There's Racha and Rambaran looking for the single, but it's not on.
Yeah, it's playing a bit too early there, Rambaran. They should have just waited for the ball to come on to him, and he would have been able to access the long leg area, which is vacant.
.74 of 79. He's building nicely. And I mentioned earlier that these two would want to be there until the end of this play. As Racha pulls out of his run. And these two would want to be there until the end of this play. And if they are there, this game is set up really nicely for North tomorrow, going into that first session.
It's Racha.
Volley, that ball just going through. Volley, that ball just going through him. And Jason Mohammed not happy with that. It's on another guy who it's been hard for him to get into the Trinidad and Tobago team due to the likes of Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo and these guys who've been around in that middle order. It's really hard to get them out of a place. So he got his opportunity with CCC earlier on in the Super 50, just concluded. Didn't really get the big score that he would have liked, but he showed glimpses of what he can do.
Yeah. What has become of? I heard you mention some fast bowlers just now. What has become of San Hackett?
San has been struggling with some injuries in recent times, and he's just getting back his legs. Shiva Sanka, another one that I thought would. He was involved in this fixture. I believe it was 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Or might have been. Yeah, I think it was 2022, but he's just fallen off the radar a bit. Not quite sure what's went on. A player that I thought we would have seen in this game, and he's not there at this point in time, is Anderson Mahis. He's been a part of this fixture for the past 2 years.
This time he's edging and just over the head of first slip down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
But James just needs to temper it. He was getting some good deliveries from Racha, and all of a sudden, he just lost his head, so to speak.
I think the only man who might have been able to catch that at first slip is Joshua James. Listen, Jed Gully is probably the tallest fielder on that South team, and there was no way he was getting to that. So showing a bit more aggression now. James, he's into the 40s, and he'll be looking to cash in here now. We're straight back on the ropes. Ali is just going to be half in, half out. And Racha might just pitch up 1 or 2 to get James here.
Good length. Just back of the length there from Racha.
Well, the end of over number 66. It's 235 for 5. Joshua James on 40. Ramran 75. Racha completing 14 overs today, 2 for 36.
So what a fight back. They've really done well, this pair. James at times seems to have had lapses in concentration, but in the main he has batted well. He was very circumspect in the early part of the innings. Well, the man with the golden arm is coming into the attack now, and that's Jason Mohammed.
What we've seen from Jason Mohammed is he's bowled in 1 over spells. He's bowled 1 over right before the drinks break in the first session, and he's bowled 1 over to start this session. Now he's back for an over, or maybe more. We don't know yet, but it's been interesting to see the way that Gully has used Mohammed.
Oh, Jason! Wait there, man. I spotted there.
Mohammed, 2 overs prior to this, keeps Rambaran quiet. That's a very difficult thing to do tonight. Rambaran 75 of 82.
Oh, big boy. Jason.
Sensible. Just leaning forward, looking at the ball very carefully, not thinking that Mohammed might be a part-time bowler.
You have to sort of make something happen off of him, and that's where batsmen seem to lose the plot against him and get themselves out. So it was just a bit of a waiting game with Mohammed. Good over there. He finishes his third maiden over. And 67 gone, 235 for 5. Partnership now 114. Gomez, the last wicket to fall for 29. He was bowled by Justin Gangu with that arm ball. How long do you think it's going to be until we see MBK Muscle Joseph with the ball in hand?
Well, it could be any time now. You never know, because I think they're trying to get a breakthrough here You've seen what? This partnership is now 114.
And, he knows Joshua James quite well. No matter attended the same secondary school, St. Benedict's College. Well, James has gone over for his Ali at mid-off for 4. I think if Ali was back on the ropes, this could have been a wicket. Didn't get it
But
out
then
of the middle.
James might not have played the shot then. So he's playing a cat and mouse game with them. From the moment Guri brings Ali up at mid-off, he's going to try to go over the top. In the last over, with one delivery to go, he did it. Let's see.
Straightening there, but definitely going down leg.
What one this? Going down the leg side, stifle appeal. It's a good delivery, good comeback. This time he's going and going big time. That's 6. So Racha, welcome to big man cricket. And that's his 50. Joshua James. Brilliant shot indeed. Look at that. Not a man move. 50, 77 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
And that's the order of the man. That's how Joshua James plays. And the one thing he likes, and I can tell you this from experience, he likes pace on the ball. And once that ball is pitched up, pace on, he's just going to whack it to any part of the ground. And he's definitely seemed to be comfortable out there. He's got a half century.
You had a duel with him at the ground in Tobago during what? That was the Chief Sex tournament. And did he hit you out of the ground?
No, because I took pace off the ball, and that's how you have to bowl to Joshua James. You can't give him anything. And if you miss your length either way, you've got a long way to go. And it's going to take a while.
If I do remember clearly, you did. I think you did castle him in that spell.
Yeah, a slower ball.
Sampami going on to lose that match still. Mikhail Govaya. In fact, Sampami won. Mikhail Govaya.
Jed Gully was also on that team.
Orlando James as well.
I don't think Orlando played that game. He was back and forth during that tournament because he was named captain of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team. So he had some days training in Trinidad, and then he would have to fly back to Tobago to play. So it was one of those games that Orlando missed. It was a pretty good team with a lot of guys with injuries. I had Samuel Rupnine as well, power gen spinner. He played with an injured hamstring, so he couldn't run. Mikhail Govaya could hardly run because he had broken ribs.
I think Sammy got some wickets in that game, didn't he?
Yeah,
Or did
I think he got 4 wickets for 2 runs or something.
Yes.
4 for 4 or something like that. And, without being able to run up. Here is Mohammed. He's in for his longest spell of the day, second over in a row.
Ooh, drawing that one, drawing the bat to that one. James just needs to be careful here.
I think if you're the not coach at Emirates, you want Andrew Ramran facing more of Mohammed than James. Because of the way that James plays and the slowness of Mohammed, James might try to make something happen that isn't quite there. So you want Rambaran, who's shown a bit more capability of keeping Muhammad out. You want him face more up than Jason Muhammad's spell.
There's the parents of Andrew Rambaran and Fariz Ali.
Down the leg side, and James just pushing it down to start Samir Ali on the field. Deep square leg.
Rama.
Swept away from Ramran again. We're not getting any connection this time.
Didn't Rama played in that tournament for Sampami, or was it
No,
the
that
Dream
was
11?
in the Dream 11 where you would have captained the team.
Mm.
Because you pass straight one shot out.
He was better batsman.
Okay.
End of the over, and the end of it 247 for 5. I want to thank Liam for being with us for the last hour or so, and he will be replaced by the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler Ruskin Mark.
Sat round back on, Campbell still off.
So it's about 21 overs to go, Ruskin.
Yeah, but they've done very well.
Changing bowling.
They've really kind of taken the game away from South to a large extent. Not that they're totally out of the game. As we all know in cricket, you get one pretty, you could get 2 and 3 in double quick time, and then it's a contest again. But this pair, with 126 added for the 6th wicket, have really done an amazing job for the Northerners. Riyad Emirates would be very, very happy.
Yeah, I think he will be Riyad Emirates, a man from the east. It's going to be a change at
And
the northern end.
when you do the north-south, it's northeast Tobago, and it's like south-central.
Yep. Southeast and southwest.
Yeah.
It's Manik from Central playing for South here, and this is pushed away on the offside.
And South Central is a big region to it. It's a huge part because I think it also incorporates like Mayaro. That
Yes,
goes all
Mayaro,
the way to
Citrus.
Point 410,
Yeah.
all the way down.
And it starts somewhere around Monroe Road coming down.
Yeah, South Central. So it's
Yeah.
that whole area there, the bottom half of the country, literally. So it's north of the ball, and the thing, he's 52 now, and to be honest with you, he's 54 now, and he hasn't really hit, top stride.
Yeah, he hasn't really hit his straps. I mean, he took 15 deliveries to get off the mark. If you take that 15 out of that, it's basically 54 of 68, which is close to run a ball.
Yeah.
And Rambaran is 75 of 91. He's also close. And it's going to be a situation where once these two continue to bat, if they should bat out today's play, South will find himself under some serious worries. This time he's carving this away just short of mid-on. And there is no run. Rambaran is there.
249 now, so they're approaching another milestone, the 250 marker, all of which is going to be music to the air of the Northerners. One time they didn't look like they were going to get to 150, let alone 250, when they were 121 for 5, and they had lost 3 wickets in double quick time after lunch.
This time he's pushing a tight shot, really. He has to be careful. Ever so often, there are these lapses in concentration from Joshua James. I want to say a very good night to a friend of mine, Aldwin Agard. He was a fast bowler. Did you ever play against Agard?
Yeah.
Was he quick? Well, he's the dad of Jason Agard, who we spoke
It
about.
wasn't lightning fast. Let's put it that
Well, he
way.
tells me differently. You know. He was lightning fast on because he was also
On
a
a sunny
marathon.
day.
He was a marathon runner as well.
He was,
But tell us a bit about your memories of Aldwin Agard.
according to him, he was lightning fast on a sunny day. There was no dark clouds about.
Well, you would have played against Aldwin.
Yeah, we the thing about it is that can make the grade in terms of move past at youth level, and some people decide that's enough for them. They're not going to pursue it. Others try.
I think Aldwin reached a pretty good level and then decided
look, that is it.
And then he went into marathon. I think he was very successful at that as well.
It's the end of the over. 2:49 for 5. The players are going to get some refreshment, so we'll take a break and come back. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. It's 2:49 for 5. Rambaran is well placed on 75. In fact, he's kind of stalled on 75 for a little while. James has kind of moved up. He's up to 54 now. In fact, Rambaran was well ahead of him at one stage. In fact, at T, Rambaran was 46 and James was 19.
Yep.
Now, James is on 54 and Rambaran is on 75. So they're kind of changing roles here a little bit. But they're still together. That's the most important thing. 128 runs so far.
Yeah, but this is good maturity shown here by Andrew Rambaran. Just playing through this little period, just looking not to lose his head. I think he knows that Jason Mohammed, you may want to hit him so hard.
Clubber Jason Mohammed. Think of what James must be thinking. You know, he's probably only seeing the ball flying out to the ground here, but he has to hit him straight. He can't try to go across him too much. The 250 is on the board with that single. 250 for 5 now. Yeah, see, that's where he has to go. He has to try to go straight with him. He can't try to go across the ball.
Yep.
Jason relishes that when you try to hit him, go across, try to hit him through square leg or mid wicket. He lives for that.
Yeah, I was looking at the field. It was spread like butter for that last delivery. Mohammed knows his thing. Tremendously experienced player. The most experienced of the players out there.
Bad miss by him. He probably would be kicking himself that he wasn't able to stop that one.
Because definitely he will want to keep on batsman there to work at him. The left-right combination working fine here now for Mohammed. For Rambaran and James. Not 252 for 5. Partnership of 131.
Yeah, this has been a splendid effort on the part of these two. I'm not saying they should throw it away here. In fact, I really want to see them kick on and build this partnership. In fact, both of them must be thinking 100. And,
Edged. Difficult for Williams. Very, very difficult indeed. That was something of
ball
an
kept
unknown
low,
edge.
yeah. The ball kept very low. And when it hit the edge, it probably went down as well.
Oh.
And that's a shot that James has been playing. And he missed it in the last over. And here he probably got the under edge in this one.
That's much better. Coming forward, looking to play straight down the ground, as you were saying, when in doubt. Speaking to Sir Vivian Richards, and he was telling me he absolutely hated the sweep shot. He said he preferred either going forward or getting back and pushing it to mid-off or mid-on.
Yeah, there are some batsmen who are not fans of the sweep shot. And I tell you what, Brian Lara was indicated he played the sweep shot against Muralitharan because it was a way to counter the spin. And this is not marginal spin that we see in here. Muralitharan used to turn the ball a mile, as we say. So he employed a sweep shot for two reasons. Because you're not quite sure which way you're going anyway.
Yep.
And then the other one is it's a big surface you're using to just kind of corral the ball, to cover a big area when you sweep. So much more of the face of the bat can make contact with the ball. And so that's why the sweep shot can be so effective in some quarters. Whereas if you go to on drive, it's like a narrow bleed that is going to hit it. Whereas if you use the whole ball to sweep it, it's a much bigger surface. You're likely to hit the bat. So like there are pros and cons with it. Not everybody can play it though. A lot of people try to hit the ball when they sweep, and that's why they hit it in the air, as opposed to getting on top of it and then just allowing the bowler's pace to do the work for you. All you're doing is redirecting the ball.
So it's Manic to continue. Yeah, top the leg side, Rambaran.
Well, it would have been interesting because I don't think he was playing a shot.
Yep. Yeah, I think he realized that. And this is why he pulled out. Yep. Is Mbeki Muscle Joseph. He's had a lot of work tonight.
He's dispensed with his red sombrero. Yes, this has been a hard grind here for the bowlers. And this young man just continues to go from strength to strength. Another gorgeous shot, and that's 4 runs.
teased him all the way to the fence. Look at that. Just pushing it into the gap, and the timing was there.
He was just one stride late there because he never paying attention to the bat. Bat looks like a little toothpick in his hand.
It's a big lad. I'll tell you something. Do you know those small aqua vehicles?
Mm-hmm.
Last year's regional tournament, when 360 was doing the broadcast in Antigua, one of the nights we decided to go out. So these guys being friends with Liam, he rounded up a squad. And I was the driver. In that car had a number, I think it was about 6 guys in the aqua. And I tell you who they were. So Liam was in there as well. There was also and Becky Joseph,
Mm-hmm.
the young fast bowler out of Guyana. Thorn, Isaiah Thorn.
Yeah.
Gorakesh Muti.
Mm-hmm. Gudakesh might have been the smallest man in the car.
Yeah, it was Gorakesh.
James was there.
Tevlon Anderson out of Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
And in the trunk, we had...
Joshua James.
No, but Joshua, these guys organized the hangout with Joshua. Joshua was due to come back with us. But in the trunk was a guy from Barbados, plays for, his name slips me now, plays for the academy. He's a big lad. He was in the trunk. His name slips me right now. But Joshua James also came and wanted to come into the car.
He's not going on the hood. He's
Well.
going on the hood.
Pushed away nicely there by Rambaran.
Takes a score to 257 now for 5. This pair just continue to soldier on. 136 now their partnership.
Let's write the MCC then, Satran.
I don't think the suspension was designed for that. I don't think the suspension was designed for that type of weight.
So it's
Because everybody there would have been over 150 pounds,
definitely.
Easy.
and some closer to 250.
What a night it was, though. Pushed away for a singer. Rambaran continues to motor along here. He's on, 83 now, Ruskin, and the young man,
I really
what
wanted
could be
to
going
get
through
100.
his mind?
But he has to be thinking 100 here. Now he has to figure out, how do I get to 100? All I could tell him is, don't think about the 100. Just think about the next ball and just play that. The 100 will come because he's been batting so well. Just let his instincts take over. Don't worry about the 100. Just play each ball on merit, and the runs will take care of themselves. You don't need to worry too much about how do I get to 100, and then they start thinking up shots that you could play. But you're thinking up shots, but the ball isn't there for those shots.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you get into trouble. So he just needs to play the ball, just clear his mind, play on merit. That's all he has to do. And don't look up at the scoreboard too much. That pressure is, you can do without that.
That's the right approach.
And the thing about it is that he looks so compact, he looks so assured that, very little has troubled him in this innings.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good innings indeed. He's coming out, pushing, back deep in his crease. He's able to maneuver the onside nicely, access it, maneuver the ball, And that's one more. 260 for 5.
Yeah, that's good. That's where he has to go. He's up to 84 now. He shouldn't be worried. If it takes him 16 overs to get the remaining runs, then so be it, to get to 100. So it means he's getting a single every over. That's fine. So he can be worried. The single is fine at this stage.
Well, you can see Sifa Scooper just switching the bails there. Trying a thing.
Trying
so
the old Siraj trick.
I think Stuart Broad started it. Siraj did change it. And I think Manus Lambashine, he actually switched it back. It didn't work. One more. End of the over, at the end of it, 261 for 5.
Yeah, these two just continue to push on. It's up to 140 now, their partnership. This is crucial for North's batting and whatever the eventual total will be. South, on the other hand, they really need a wicket now. In fact, it's becoming desperate for them to get something.
Looking at the scorecard, Mohan 38, 29 to Gomez prior to this. Then Rambaran and Joshua James all of a sudden batting here on this track, and it's looking as if they're batting on a different track.
Yeah, but I was thinking how Tion Webster must be feeling, because he started off so well. He was looking so positive, and then he got out. He played inside the line of a straight ball and got bowled. He must be kicking himself in the dressing room right now after he see the display from these two.
Yep, definitely. These two have grasped the opportunities with both hands, and they're making use of it. Partnership now 140, Ruskin.
Yeah, this is a brilliant effort on their part. And in fact, while we salute Rambaran, James has played a solid hand here.
You can't take anything away from him. Ooh, pretty wide delivery. In instant cricket, it would have been called a wide.
Yeah, he might have. It looked like his boot stuck in.
Needed that rammer from day one. That seam spot has always given trouble. So we'll probably take a break in the meantime.
Back here, we didn't see the rammer, but we had it looks like we've changed the ball a little bit, so it might have been the ball that the umpires were concerned about. It's strange that they looked like it was all about the bowler and his foot. And then James now cashing in here. That's a good shot. And he won't get a boundary, but settle for 2.
It was a full and wide delivery there from Justin Manick, and James throwing his hands at it, not getting the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that's what happened. He's just muscling it as opposed to really stroking it.
I think you would have seen that there's a big gap once he gets it over that extra cover fielder there. He might have been eyeing down that.
Another wide.
I'm not sure if Jid Gully is too happy with that. You could see he's looking very disappointed. That ball was way too wide, and I
It's
think
the second one in the over.
it's a bit defensive, in my opinion, to see Manek bowling full and wide at this stage of the game. Yes, there's a few overs left till the new ball, but I don't quite understand the plan.
Part of the problem is James looked like he's about to tee off here. There he goes again. He hits it in the air. He could be out, and it is caught. So he was threatening to really get on top of the bowling, but never really managed to do so, and is eventually caught by Turton off the bowling of Manek. So Manek picks up another one. James goes for 59.
Yeah, well, that clearly was the plan. If James is looking to tee off, keep bowling full and wide. And I really don't agree with the way that James played there, because there's a guy out on the deep point boundary. There's a deep cover and a long off, and then two fielders in the circle for that mistime shot. So a bit disappointing to see James go in that manner. And still no Mikel go via. It's going to be Dexter Sween. Another very capable hitter.
Yeah.
A big thick outside edge, and Turton.
Because he had to go and fetch it outside the off stump. James, the man out for 59. Skied one to that backward point position and was caught. Just jogging back a couple paces, there was Turton. And took a good catch. But now the big imposing figure of Dexter Sween.
And if you thought Joshua James was big, and Dexter Sween is not.
13 overs or so in the day, 16 overs remaining. You can do some serious damage in that time. But if you're not able to do so, then stick around with Rambaran and see him to 100.
Here's Manek. Sween first delivery, and he's driving nicely.
Looks very assured.
Sween is a very good utility player. He bats anywhere in the innings he could. And so just recently in the Dream 11 T10 Blast, which was played right there actually in Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Sween opened the baton. And then usually for Queen's Park, he bats around number 5, 6, 7, 8, anything around there, that middle to lower order. And he's very capable. Rambaran, 84 for 104 now. Slowed down a bit.
Which is understandable. He's probably just setting himself, that nervy period that we call the nervous 90s. The funny thing is, every time I scored 100, didn't bother me in the 90s or whatever. I mean, I was aware I was close, so I wouldn't make big extravagant shots, but I was still looking to score off every ball.
Well played there from Rambaran, good delivery from Manek. And that's the end of over number 74, 265 for 6. Sween on 1, Rambaran 84. And you could just see a bit of pep in the step of the South boys.
Yeah, that wicket was welcome. They struggled long. From 121 to 264. So a pretty good, impressive partnership between those.
Taking over from the southern end. Here he is. And Sween forward to that.
Yeah, the key here is to be patient, but at the same time, if you can get to the pitch of the ball, then whack it.
I think Sween wouldn't want to be the man to get out before the display. And Rambaran definitely isn't planning on getting out anytime soon.
It's some that man. Pressure on this new batsman here, boys. Pressure on this new batsman here, boys.
Gets back and hits it straight back to Mohammed.
Keep going.
Get no real turn there, so Sween has to be careful because Mohammed is a wily character.
Short and Dexter Sween hits this one in the air. One bounce to the man down at deep mid wicket, Kamal Puran.
See Jason Mohammed thought he was in the money there because he hit it hard, hit it straight to the field, and luckily for him, it went one bounce to him. Couldn't get under it. No way the fielder could have gotten under that one. So again, being very watchful, being very circumspect, understanding the situation. I don't think he's closing up shop, but I think he's aware that he's mighty close to triple figures.
Down the track.
This is in the air as well, and he too gives his wicket away. And trying to play it on the onside, and Jason Mohammed has picked up another pepper, and Rambaran dejectedly goes for a very well played 84.
You could just tell that Rambaran maybe got a bit too defensive, put himself under a bit of unnecessary pressure. I think a close-up shot type of game. He likes to score, likes to find a way to score. Rambaran can't believe he just done that.
Yep. You know, I'm trying to see who, if I remember who took the catch.
I think it might have been
From him
Cooper.
at point. Because he was trying to play it on the onside, but he played so early the ball hit more of a leading edge or probably the back of the bat and just spooned to the man in that squarish cover position.
So you look at on the pitch there, BK Joseph is going to have a word with Kovaya. And expect them to be in each other's ear throughout this game. Two very close friends. So a second slip now being put in place for Manik, Cooper and Gully in the cordon now. Sween, new to the crease, and now Govaya has entered the battlefield. Good delivery from Manik.
Sween was almost tempted there, but showed good restraint. Played it with a straight bat. So 2 quick wickets to the Southerners. I'm sure they're looking for a third here now.
It is Manik. Sween looking to pull and does pull, and he picks up a boundary.
Yep. He didn't middle it, but he hit enough of it and placed it well away from the man at the deep square leg. There was no fine leg or anything like that. There was no deep backward square, but the fielder is very square. So he never really had a chance of coming around to cut that off. In fact, he was jogging purely to retrieve the ball.
Dexter Sween coming off a good club season with Queen's Park last year. Would want to emulate that this year. And as we said, a spot still up for grabs in that fast bowling department. A couple spots in fact, and Sween would want to put his hand up when he gets his chance to bowl. Try at the South boys with the bat. That could be the plan as well. Not sure just yet. But in at number 10, there's another man with a first class 100, Kyrie Pay. They just keep coming in for North here.
Gary Pear, the captain. And he must be saying, what has gone wrong here?
think it's just been poor shot selection. Rambaran throwing away what looked to be an easy 100. James, who started to tee off but didn't quite get the middle of the bat for 1. And then Sween just trying to hit the ball over long on for 6 and held out.
Yeah, so now we're wondering if we're going to see a change in approach, maybe.
Manik has got 3 and 5 wicket a hole still in the ranks for him. He's got 3 for 57 and into his 15th over now. 2 wickets still in hand for North. Manik could be hanging a 5 for here.
Could very well steal the show here with another 2 wickets. So 270 for 8, which represents a good first day score. Anytime you get in past 250, but the problem for North is they've lost these 8 wickets. South now all of a sudden taking a little more care in the field placings, which is understandable. They're trying to buy a wicket here now.
Not interested in that one.
Just teasing him outside the off stump, pushed it wide, asking him to come and get it out there. So if to ask him to come out there and get me if you can. Like 14 overs on 4 balls. 2 meetings, 56 runs.
Oh, that one a bit shorter. Definitely going over the top. One that will be left now. It's been excellent.
Yep, it's been a real grind here now for North. And they lose wickets in clusters. Remember, they came out from lunch, well placed on 73 for 2, and then they slipped to 121 for 5. Here they were going along quite nicely at 264 for 5, and now all of a sudden it's 270 for 8.
That's the end now of over number 76. And North 270 for 8, as you mentioned. Definitely, it's not a 270 or 280 pitch, it's a 300 to 350 pitch, and I think they're really giving up a good score here, but they've still got batting to come. Well, batting at the middle, Govaya and Kari Pay. Govaya scored a big 100 last season for Central Sports. Couple important half centuries as well. He's no slouch with the bat at all.
Middle, please, Middle. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to need some kind of contribution from him today, even if it's just to get them over that 300 mark. See if they can make it to 300. So all of a sudden you see a little pep in the step here of the Southerners. Field placings all over the place. They want to get at the Northern batsmen now.
Mohammed has been excellent. Umpire Raj Kumar switching his decision now. So Govaya off the mark with a 6. Over mid wicket. In fact, over corner.
It's 276 now for 8.
Tried to hit that ball straight. And still managed to get it all the way for 6. Again,
coming off that inner portion of the bat. So it tells you that Jason Mohammed is probably getting a little bit of turn or a little bit of inward movement. I don't know if it's drifting in, but once it pitches, it seems that as if the batsmen are having real difficulty finding the ball so that they can middle it.
Captain Jid Guli has been very much involved in this collapse, you've got to see, of North.
That takes that throw hand, boy.
A couple of fielding changes, a couple of bowling changes in terms of,
Good stuff, man. Good stuff,
I
man.
think it was a definite plan to bowl James full and wide and let him chase it. And that's exactly what he did. And in the end, couldn't carry on.
You need to get over the line.
Hey, boy, Shadrach,
Simply
boy.
there from Carry Pair.
What's that out? Keep going, man. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Good stuff here, man, Shadow. One.
Well, we'll see if he can steady the ship here, go via, together with Pierre.
Oh.
On the back foot, looking as assured as ever, but to no avail. So Pierre is yet to score, 7 to go via. It's 277 for 8 now from 77 overs.
Go via 7 of 3. It's going to be manic to continue. Just talking to Jid Guli in terms of what he wants in his field. It's
With what Jeffrey Boycott will call his lollipops.
it's definitely something to consider. I think Govaya is definitely a capable batter, as well as Carey Paye. Govaya is a genuine all-round player, so it's got to take all of that into consideration. He's still getting movement though, that bit of late movement.
Which is good to see. And I suppose the atmospheric conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy under the lights lends itself to that type of bowling. So he's just taking advantage of the situation presented to him.
Driving straight to on that cover. I'm not shied away from playing the shots in this late stage of the game.
Yeah, it makes no sense really. But if that's the attitude that you're in and you're seeing the ball well enough, then have a go. The battle is on.
Oh, well. Manek seemed to get stuck in his run up there. You can see him.
Yeah, it's the second time in 2 overs that he's not happy with where his foot is landing.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, that's why I thought when we had the break, I thought they had sent for the rammer, but apparently they wanted to just change the ball.
You could just see him sticking. He immediately looked back.
Because I know he sensed that something is wrong there. And the umpires are going to discuss it now. So I would think that they have to probably get some kind of material out there quickly to assist the players.
And I think when you're in stage with it,
But there are so many overs left in the day, that I'm sure
it doesn't seem to
Pierre might be keen on batting on.
I mean, if I'm Salt as well, if I'm a Salt captain at this point in time, I want to get in and bowl these overs. You want to get these wickets. So
Yeah, you want to get on with things. Now here's a ground staff, or the member of the ground staff.
looks like sawdust coming out.
Yeah. But I'm thinking they need to ram that area because it's so close to the wicket. One.
Just a wait and see. There's a lot of time left a lot of overs left in the day. 12 after this.
Well, I'm seeing, well, I can't, there's a tractor blocking me, so I really can't tell if he has the rammer in his hand or not. But we see a member of the ground staff making his way to that area there, and he's applying some sawdust, it looks like.
Going to 90. Whatever we get. Yeah. Just try heat film down here, man. If you mash it ever so often, right? Thanks.
So that seems to have done the trick, it looks like.
We'll have to wait and see. The Turtle and Gully don't seem to be too happy.
Well, let's see if he's putting some by the bowlers. The top of the bowlers run up as well. So now the fieldsmen are probably going to apply their own additional pieces now.
You can look at Turtle, he just,
Yes.
I think he should get a job at the ground staff here. He's going to take some of the sawdust off the run-up of Manic, and he's bringing it.
So as a bowler, you don't want to be thinking of where your feet's going to land. It's the same thing when you're bowling no balls. You know, you want to kind of block out everything and just concentrate on getting to the wicket and going to reaction. But there's nothing more frustrating than you're trying hard and then no ball is called. You know, another no ball is called. You know, you're making adjustments on the fly. You know, shorten the run, lengthen the run, whatever it is.
Good delivery from Manic.
Yeah, and then they take they're able to just kind of come out and take charge of proceedings. And not all batsmen could do that. Pair has been out there for a couple overs now, yet to get off the mark. Govaya is still on 7. 2-7-7 for 8. And they've been kind of stuck on that. Manic 3 for 58. Gonna get a single here.
I want jumping back into Govaya, it seemed like. Maybe because of the change of ball, there's a bit of life in it, because you could still see that movement in the air for Manic, and the ball is, well, probably not 78 overs old, but
yeah, certainly a little bit of juice, giving it a little bit of extra, and it's really coming off the wicket nicely. So this could be the 78th over. So 2 more, and then the new ball is due.
Down the leg side, he got a bit of bat on that, it seemed. And Gangu's down at fine leg, they're going to get 2. We'll wait the signal. Buys, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it looked like bat originally. Oh, that is the end of over number 78. 280 for 8 now.
And that 218 a day represents a good score. The 8 is what is probably the big worry. So they're just waiting for the change over here. 78 overs completed. So Jason Mohammed is going to continue. 1 for 24 now from his 8 overs, one of which was a maiden. And Mohammed doing his bit here,
Any flight?
as he always does. Even if it's one wicket self, he will take it. So 8 for Govaya. Pierre is yet to score.
Yeah. Touch your hand.
Here is Mohammed. Govaya gets back and hits it down to long off. Good looking shot.
Yeah, he's like no nonsense mood right now. He wants to score.
You going, boys. You let it get flatter.
So now the left-handed Govaya, or Pierre rather, is on strike. Carrie Pierre, the captain of the North team.
Hey, boy.
Oh, good delivery there from Mohammed.
Look like it's a late decision from Pierre to actually play at that one. Like he probably just wanted to leave it alone. Sweetly timed again, but just the one run. There's cover out there.
A lot of chat on the stump, Mike. As you guys at home are hearing. Cut away nicely from Govaya, and it's going to be a chase on for Adrian Ratcher, and he's not going to be able to stop it. Govaya gets a boundary.
That's very well played. He was on the back foot, had loads of time. Rocked on the back foot, actually went slightly outside his leg stump and stroked it beautifully through the offside for 4.
Yeah, big gap there. Once you beat that fielder, it's Justin Manick, sorry, at cover there. Once you beat him, there's a lot of real estate behind him there, and that ball is going to run close to the boundary more often than not. 5 fielders out on the boundary for Jason Mohammed. A square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover point. And Govaya goes straight and gets a single, wants 2. Carrie Pierce says no thank you.
Any flight shadow, any little flight shadow.
It's a type of cricket that is good common sense cricket. It's 287 for 8. Although the methods might be a little bit unorthodox at times. Govaya is up to 14 quickly now. Pierre is on 1, playing the supporting role. 287 for 8 now, 79 overs completed. So 1 away from the second new ball, should they require it.
And this looks like Justin Gangu is going to come back in to replace Manick from the northern end.
Yeah, this is the time when you have to dig very deep indeed. In terms of your powers of concentration, because you don't want a catch to come to you now, and when you're not in the right frame of mind. So you have to almost will yourself through these next 10 overs or so.
Gully at slip, Cooper at short leg. I guess Puran. Then you got a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. So Govaya will look to target. If he has to score his boundaries, he's going to look to target maybe that over cover region, but Gangu's going to look to bowl straight at the stumps. That goes down the ground for a single.
Yeah, but again, good common sense batting. Don't really try to do anything out of the ordinary. Take what the bowlers give you. You live to fight another day. Who knows?
Left arm over to you. 5.
Still the left arm, right arm combination proven to be a bit of a challenge. Quick field adjustments, but we're ready to go again. And there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. I don't think he already played it. The ball went through very, very slowly. So again, they'll be pushing on here, trying to see if they could inch towards that 300 total this evening. Or tonight, I should say. 288 for 8.
Yeah, I think they'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
Still 10 overs after this.
And the prospects of a new cherry. The thing with the new ball, it could
What a
score
shot
quickly.
there from Carey Bay. Well. Couple of bounces into the rooms for 4, but let's have a look at that again.
Gango's pitching up.
Not a bad shot at all.
Yep, especially a little late in the day to produce that. To bring the score now to the 292 for 8. And the pair is up to 5 now. 15 it is to his partner Govaya at the other end.
Jade Cooley would be questioning the thought of that new ball now.
Mm-hmm. Because you hear so much about the other things other than the humans damaging the ball. Trying again, pair. He's going to get one more. And you know what is so encouraging about all of this? 293 for 8. Now I was thinking North should be getting to 350. They may or may not get there, but I suppose they could work with 300, 310, 315 maybe, or even 320.
They've got a good bowling attack as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go ahead with this. Let's go via driving it straight to Joseph and mid-off.
Yeah, so that completes 80 overs here. So the second new ball is due if they require it. 15 it is to go via. Pair is on 6. 293 for 8. The umpires come together to have a discussion. Unlike in test matches and other things, they probably would have been discussing light. Bring out the light meter to see what is happening. But it seems as if the old ball will do the trick.
Looks like a change in bowling as well. Satran Rambaran replaces Jason Mohammed from the southern end. Rambaran had a decent spell earlier on. He's brought back in to try to uproot Pei and Govaya. 9 overs, 1 for 36, not bad. 4 runs and over and the wicket. An important wicket as well of Tion Webster.
Mm-hmm.
That could very well be the difference between 300 and maybe 350.
Yeah, because we know if Tion Webster was batting for any length of time, the scoreboard would have been ticking over.
Definitely. Single to start the over. Dot ball in fact to start the over. They are just working it to Manik there. Short mid wicket. Against Rambaran. It's a positive matchup in terms of
They know each other very well.
and an off spinner into the right-handed batsman as well.
We already saw him getting rid of one with no turn. So let's see if he goes back to that recipe.
Nice try, Gary.
Batsman had a
Simmons tried
little
to-
discussion.
Everybody
294 for 8. So they're 6 away from the 300 mark.
Long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep cover for Govaya. And none of that.
Going Sato.
Punched away nicely into the deep. There's a man out there sweeping.
Back up. Keep going, man.
None of those fielders out there would be out of the game really. There's always a chance that the ball's going to come to you when Govaya's batting. He's, especially in the mood that he seems to be in. He's looking to put away everything.
Pair,
Nicely.
yep. Pair's doing his part, just rotating the strike now. They're up to 296 now, so they're 4 away from the 300 mark. We're in the 81st over, and already we've had 38 from Mohan, 29 from Gomez, 84 from Ramran, and 59 from James. So we've had some batsmen getting good starts, and nobody right now has been able to really cash in with a triple figure score.
Ramran to go via. Just missing his run there.
Game is just kind of slowed down. I don't know if it's the left-hand, right-hand combination, but everything just seemed to be a little more deliberate now. Maybe they're trying to get the field placing just right. Don't want to give away anything at the moment. 296, 4 away from 300. And that's gone. And, well, I thought for a moment.
Seems like Ramran's having a word with Govaya.
Yeah, they're really taking their time, you know, everything just kind of slowed down. And here's a peach of a delivery that just goes right through him. Misses everything though, but not by much. Another good delivery there. And how that one missed, nobody knows, because Williams was there jumping for joy, thinking it might have just clipped the bail on the way through, but it certainly beat him all ends up and went through to be taken by the keeper. No damage done. 300 for 8. 81 overs completed, so we have 9 left in the day.
Not sure what that one missed at all.
Yeah,
Really was a good delivery from Ramran.
a little bit of turn there as well. So 20 to go by, and now Pierre up to 8. So 9 overs remaining. How quickly can South get those? It's already 9:10 p.m. So another, what, half an hour, you think? To 45
9 overs.
minutes, 9 overs, yeah, probably in half an hour. Just about 40 minutes or so from now.
A ball from Gangu.
Now, if they were to lose their 2 remaining wickets now, and you take 3 overs for the changeover, it means that South could be batting in the dregs here late in the day. The good thing is the conditions, you know, are what they are. We're under lights.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yep.
But after a long day in the field, you don't want to be.
You want to come out here for bowlers to just tee off on you for 2 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
Run in with reckless abandon and then just bowling fast.
I could see Joshua James being the man to do that. And Pierre works this one to the left of Ramran, and they pick up a single. That brings Govaya back into strike.
So, yeah, so this has been a wonderful batting display on the part of North. 300 runs in the day, which is not bad going at all. You can't really, as I say, frown at that. The one drawback for them is that they lost 8 wickets in the process. But that's a credit to some good bowling.
Good shot again from Govaya.
It's been a good thing. Remember, North won the toss this morning, or this afternoon, and opted to bat first. Carey Pierre, who's out there now, and making the best of his opportunity to get a knock-in, is frustrating the South bowlers at the moment. Pierre's on 9, Govaya's on 21. It's 302 for 8.
Nicely driven from Carey Pierre.
Yep, and they want the single. They almost overcommitted for it. Carey Pierre hit it well.
Gavaya just look easy out there with the bat. It look like he could score off anything. This makes me think if there were about 4 or 5 overs left in the day, if it makes sense to just bring in a new ball and get Racha back at it.
Yeah. So something's got to give because the spinners certainly.
303. These two could stick around for a while. 350 is definitely
On the
On the
cards,
cards.
yeah, because they hit the ball cleanly, both of them.
Get one pass, get one pass.
Here's a short ball pulled away down behind square, and that's going to run into the boundary for 4 runs.
It was actually a full toss in the
Yeah,
end.
you gifted him runs there.
Yeah, pull from Rembrandt. And Paye not getting all the connection. They got a bit of a bottom edge really, but went really fine and went for 4.
Yeah, saying thank you very much. Still accepting gifts even though it's after Christmas. And putting it away nicely. And, because it's one thing to get a juicy full toss on your pads, it's another thing to put it away and to take advantage. And Pierre did exactly that. So 307 now for 8. And this pair now added 37.
I'm not quite sure what's going on. You see the umpires calling someone on. I don't know if it's a change of ball again. And I know it's not the new ball. They can't call for the new ball first ball of the over.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, the umpire should have the new ball by now. You know what I'm saying? 80 overs. So they should have it in their possession. Look, actually, look, they're now getting the balls, it look like.
No, I'm
But
not
they're
sure
going to
yet.
change balls again. Maybe because the pink balls, they probably get solid.
One thing I have noticed is that in my time of playing any kind of pink ball cricket, it does get a bit, it damages easier than the red ball and the white ball.
They get soft. The seam gets soft. Take us to it about 10 to the hour. It's 9:16 now.
You're right. There you go, South.
Here is Ramran again into Paye. And Paye has a big flash shot. That's a beautiful shot from
going-
Carey Paye all the way. In fact, not all the way for 6. He gets 4.
But again, you could just see the intent here. You're going to bring in the field thinking I'm going to close up shop for today. Think again. The shop is open. And Carey Paye is having himself a whale of a time here in the dregs. He's up to 18 now. 21 to Govaya. They've added 41 now for the 9th wicket in double quick time.
2 4s to start the over. Paye nicely played. Not getting carried away.
Treating each ball in merit. Not if it's not there to be hit, then don't play an aggressive shot at it. Just either block it, leave it, or nudge it for a single.
Cut away nicely from Paye.
Dealing now. It's coming back for a second run. And he's going to get it too. I don't think the throw was in time. So 313 now for 8.
Paye moves on to 20. That shot again. Ramran not bowling well at all here. He's bowled a full toss. He's over pitch one wide outside the off stump. And then he's bowled a short ball outside the off stump as well.
So Carey Paye has to be mindful here of what the plan is against him. But there's only the one man out in the deep on the offside. So if he's going aerial, if he could go over extra cover, or even go over cover, he might be in the money there. Good delivery. Jumped at him a little bit.
Keep going, man. Keep going, man.
One delivery to go now in Ramran.
He's making batting look so easy. It's like there are no devils in the pitch. He goes on by 1 now. Both batsmen are on 21. So Pierre has caught up with Govaya. And their partnership is exactly 44 at the moment. It's 3:14 for 8. So they'll try again, trying to break this little partnership here. It's up to 44 now, 3-1-4 for 8. It just shows how deep North bats in this format. It's like everybody's gotten a little bit of a start. We have one Sween made 6 and Raja made 9. Those are the only ones who didn't get into double figures. 38 at the top from Mohan, 14 to Charles, 29 to Gomez, 16 to Webster, 84 to Rambaran, 59 to James, 143-run partnership for the 6th wicket between those two, Joshua James and Andrew Rambaran. And now we have another partnership brewing here. 44 runs, 27 each. They're going to get a quick single and they're going to have to hurry, and they do. And but again, they didn't really attack the ball. And not much Racha could do in the end, as the batsman able to pinch another quick single. So Pierre now goes past Govaya. He's up to 22. 3-1-5 for 8. And the scoreboard looks better and better with every run scored.
And this partnership nicely moving along now to 45. Played from Govaya again.
22.
Skipper's back on, right?
Cooley's coming back on the field now. And maybe would have been having a word with Coach Imran Khan.
6 minutes.
And,
Both Joseph and Mbeki Joseph and Jid Guli making their appearance back out on the field.
maybe they're having that conversation out there with Coach Imran Khan and mentor Dinesh Ramdin about maybe deciding if to take the new ball or not. You could see a discussion going on behind the stumps between Guli and Mohammed as well as Williams. And it looks like Mohammed is going to actually take the ball instead of Rambaran.
Yeah, the man with the Midas touch,
That's it.
Jason Mohammed. And here's the thing. When I look at the scorecard, and I want to believe this is what Riyad Emirates is probably thinking about. You have somebody like a Jason Mohammed who you know, if he gets off, could score 100. You know, and if he only gets 1 or 2 persons to bat with him, but help to build a partnership with him, 315 may not be enough, if you know what I mean.
I mean, you look at that batting lineup for South. You've got Guli, you've got Cephas Cooper, Rambaran, Puran, Daniel Williams, Tilton, Joseph. All of these are. There's about 7 or 8 batsmen here that should be batting in the top 4. So it's going to be a deep batting lineup for South. Racha can bat as well. Manik can bat, as we saw at first class level. Gangu is a good batsman. They've got a lot of batting in this South team. It's not going to be a rollover by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, Shadrach!
And there's Mohammed forcing Pierre into a long forward defensive.
Those are the same deliveries that Joshua James was going back to.
So what?
Pierre got a long way forward. Mohammed 9 overs now, 1 for 31. Just one maiden, but he's been good.
Hey, Shadrach! Shadrach!
Right on spot to carry Pierre.
Shadow, that's all we need, guys.
Pierre
Pay attention, please.
digging in here, and but you just get the impression that he's just biding his time.
So what?
before he launches him on the ground, or tries to anyway. Good patience here from Gary Pierre. I thought that was the one he was going to go with, but he opted to play defensively, respecting the man bowling the ball. The very experienced and wily Jason Mohammed. Once a single can't get it.
So opening the feast is Gary Pierre. I don't think there's anything wrong with him just facing a meeting here if Mohammed continues to bowl this tight. There's no reason for him to rush or force anything. The dot ball to finish. So at the end of over number 85, it is 315 for 8.
Again, they played out the over. So it remains at 315 for 8. Maiden appears on 22, and Govaya remains on 21.
It looks like Amel Puran is going to get a closing spell here.
So they called for their helmets, so could be that the new ball is in effect.
I'm not sure about that yet. I know Kamel Puran's in, but I didn't see any indication from the
new
umpire.
ball, yeah, but the batsmen have called for their helmets, so they see the... Is that a new ball he has in his hand?
The pink ball looks new at any point of the day from this far. Kamel Puran.
Yeah, he isn't giving him much by way of support, but he's also trying to plug gaps.
No, I don't think it's a new ball. It seems to be the same ball that they've been using.
Yeah, and I would think if I'm taking a new ball, then Racha has to come back.
Yeah, there's nobody else fit for that job. Maybe Racha or Manik. Or both. Lots to be both. We'll see how Govaya fares up to Puran. He's got a deep point, long on, long off, deep mid wicket and deep, almost a wide fine leg. Oh, what a shot that is from Govaya off the back foot.
Very well played.
And it's racing towards the boundary. It's not going to go for 4. Well, Satran Rambaran didn't think it was that close, and they pick up 3. But a really good looking shot there from Govaya.
Yep, he did. He really executed that beautifully. No risk involved. Stayed on top of the bunks, just punched it. And placed it just away from the man at cover, or at extra cover, and got 3 runs for it.
A long boundary on that side. Playing on the pitch that's closer to the right, to the party stand almost. Boundaries on either side.
Gary Pierre now on strike.
Nicely played from Pierre. It's been too easy for these two, as the partnership nears 50, goes on to 49 now.
They're just kind of eyeballing each other here. Pierre is up to 22, and Govaya is on to 24. Govaya was leading. Pierre was leading. Actually, Pierre is up to 23 now. Pierre was ahead of him rather, and now Govaya is taking the lead with those 3 runs that he struck 2 balls ago.
Ooh.
And that one edging it, and it goes down.
I think it just landed before Gully. But Puran finding the edge here.
That's what we're saying, boy. But he's only going to get a single for it. But this is good, positive batting by these two. Takes their partnership now up to 49. So another useful partnership, a very handy partnership here for North for the 9th wicket. 24 Govaya, 23 Pierre. And Pierre is back on strike. Can he get the single to not just get them to 50, the partnership? And for a moment there, he was advancing and then
It's over.
decided against
It's time, gentlemen.
going forward. Played it
Stand down
all the
straight.
same for a comfortable single. So that is the end of the over. Oh, that's the end of the day's play.
Govaya and Pair
Yep.
able to take North to 320 for 8 at the end of the day's play. A day that has been, it's gone both ways. I think North would have ended the first session on pretty much comfortable at 73 for 2. Lost a few wickets, and then we saw that brilliant partnership between Joshua James and Andrew Rambaran.
143 runs.
Yeah, for 143, Rambaran getting 84, James getting 59. And then 3 quick wickets falling for about 6 runs. I think it went from 264 for 5 to 270 for 8.
Yep.
And then go Via and Pair with a 50-run partnership of
49,
49,
yeah.
taking North to 319 for 8 at the end of the day's play. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Mohan, LBW Racha for 38, Raja caught Purambo Racha for 9, Dejon Charles caught Daniel Williams, bowled Justin Manik for 14, Gomez was bowled Gangu for 29, Tion Webster bowled Ramran 16, Andrew Ramran 84, he was caught by Satran Ramran, bowled Jason Mohammed, James caught Turton, bowled Manik for 59, and Sween caught Turton, bowled Manik for just 6. So at the end of that, Mikhail Govaya 25 not out of a runner ball, and Carey Pay 23 not out of I believe 38 balls. The pick of the bowlers today is got to be Manik.
3 for 58 from his 16. Racha, 2 for 47 from 15. Gully, 7 overs, no wickets for 31 runs. Jason Mohammed, 1 for 31 from 10. And Gangu, 23 overs, 1 for 67. And Shatrughan Rambaran, 11 overs. And he has 1 for 54. And Puran, not for 17 from his 4 overs. So those are that's essentially what transpired today. Again, North winning the toss, upped into bat first, closed on 319 for 8, or 320 for 8, 320 for 8. And that is the situation here. Carey Pear is not out on 23. Mikhail Govaya is not out 25. And we hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow from just about 2 o'clock for day 2 of the North-South Classic between the top players in the country, or among the top players in the country. And we hope you'll join us for that. I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you for being with us, and we look forward to your company come tomorrow.